Hello everyone, I am Uncle Joe, and I am here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching now? Believe me, this story will put you to sleep in no time, because if anyone knows how to do that, it's me. Get comfortable and relax. I chose to forego sleep as my insomnia was becoming unbearable. Countless nights were spent gazing at the ceiling, attuned to the rhythm of my own heartbeat, counting the seconds until dawn. No medication offered relief, and the well-meaning advice from friends fell flat. I felt adrift in a sea of wakefulness. On a quiet Monday night, I devised a plan. I decided to challenge myself to stay awake for as long as possible, curious about what my mind might reveal when it ventured beyond the usual limits of rest. Lacking any formal scientific training, I kept a notepad close at hand, intending to document every sensation and experience. What began as a peculiar little experiment soon morphed into something that still sends a shiver down my spine whenever I reflect on it. Consider, if you will, the first day when restlessness took hold of me. Sleepless nights were familiar companions, so the absence of one night felt inconsequential. My eyes, slightly sore, and my legs, stiff from inactivity, urged me to find distraction. I scribbled a few notes in my notepad, accompanied by a slight headache and a lack of appetite, while my eyes itched with fatigue. I found myself glancing at the clock, hour after hour, anticipating the moment I would finally succumb to sleep, yet it eluded me. My body craved rest, but my mind remained alert, refusing to dim. I sipped coffee until a dull ache settled in my abdomen, and I began to pace my apartment, for sitting only made my legs tingle with restlessness. As the night deepened, I found myself engrossed in late-night shows on my phone, the familiar exhaustion settling in like an old friend. By the second day, my body began to voice its discontent. My eyes burned with fatigue, my hands trembled as if caught in a gentle breeze, and my stomach twisted in knots. I sought solace in coffee, yet it only quickened my heartbeat, leaving my thoughts scattered like leaves in the wind. I struggled to grasp the words before me, needing to revisit the same sentence multiple times, as if it were a riddle wrapped in shadows. In the kitchen, I stood before the pot, momentarily lost, the reason for my presence slipping away like a whisper in the dark. My mind felt as though it were flickering, caught in a web of confusion, yet still I pressed on. There was nothing unusual to see or hear, yet a persistent prickling sensation danced along my arms, accompanied by a dull ache nestled behind my eyes. By the third day, a sense of regret began to creep in. My eyelids grew heavy, requiring the gentle support of my fingertips to keep them open. My limbs felt as if they were made of lead, and a bitter taste lingered in my mouth. Waves of nausea washed over me, but I pressed on, convincing myself that I could endure just one more day. As twilight descended on that third night, I found myself perched on the edge of my bed, tapping my foot softly against the floor, lost in thought. To keep myself alert, I began to notice something peculiar in the corner of the room. It resembled a shadow, yet its shape felt distinctly out of place. I thought I caught a glimpse of movement, and when I turned my head, it vanished. Initially, I dismissed it as merely a trick of the light. The small lamp on the nightstand often cast strange shapes on the walls, so I shrugged it off. An hour later, I spotted it again, a dark form near the closet. It appeared to shift, but only when I wasn't looking directly at it. Whenever I focused on it, it remained perfectly still. A chill crept over me. The chill crept down the back of my neck. My heart began to thump harder. I recall the sensation of swallowing, my throat parched. I questioned whether I was hallucinating, aware that extreme sleep deprivation could lead to such visual distortions. I attempted to shake it off, jotting down notes about the shadows lurking in the corners. Probably just fatigue, I reassured myself. In the bathroom, I splashed cold water on my face, confronting a gaunt reflection with dark circles under my eyes. My hair was disheveled, and my lips appeared cracked. I kept blinking, hoping to alleviate the stinging in my eyes when I stepped back into the bedroom, a gentle shiver of unease brushing against my skin. The air felt different, thicker, as if it were holding its breath. My chest tightened, yet no shadows danced in the corners to give form to my fears. Seeking solace, I turned to my phone, scrolling through social media, though my hand trembled, causing the device to slip and tumble onto my lap. Time slipped away, and soon it was around 3 a.m. Once more, I noticed a flicker of movement, this time in the corner by the window. A silhouette emerged, resembling a person standing still, yet it lacked solidity. My heart raced as I compelled myself to gaze directly at it. The shape began to fade, and in that moment, a sudden drop settled in the pit of my stomach. It didn't simply vanish like a typical shadow. It seemed to shrink away into nothingness. I could feel beads of sweat forming on my forehead, and my breath came in shallow gasps. I repeated to myself that it was merely an illusion. It had to be. I attempted to rise, hoping to prove to myself that I was merely scaring myself. As I sat there, my legs trembled beneath me, threatening to give way. I returned to my seat, hands slick with clamminess, a chill creeping through me despite the warmth of the room. My gaze drifted toward the closet door, a nagging certainty whispering that if I stared long enough, I might catch a glimpse of a shadowy figure. A part of me, fueled by frustration, longed to confront this illusion, while another part urged me to look away. Doubts began to swirl in my mind, questioning if something else lurked within those shadows. I had never been one to entertain thoughts of ghosts or spirits, but the weight of sleepless nights had a way of bending reality, and my heart raced in response. The pounding in my chest echoed in the stillness, and my breath came in shallow gasps. But as the morning light gently filtered through the blinds, a sense of calm washed over me. The shadows in my apartment returned to their familiar forms, and the unsettling silhouettes vanished with the sun's ascent. Yet, I felt an undeniable weariness. My head throbbed, and yawns escaped my lips like whispers of fatigue. My jaw ached from the tension of clenched teeth, but I reassured myself to persevere. I yearned for a breakthrough, convinced that if I pressed on, I would either find clarity or succumb to the weight of my exhaustion. It was on the fourth night that I began to unravel the mystery that had ensnared me. In the stillness of the night, I found myself on the couch in the living room, enveloped in darkness. I thought perhaps the absence of light would soothe my restless mind, but instead, it heightened my senses. Soft clicking sounds began to weave through the silence. At first, I attributed them to the air conditioner or the pipes hidden within the walls. Yet, as I listened more closely, the noise seemed to draw nearer, as if it were right behind me. Each time I turned my head, the sound would cease, leaving me in an unsettling quiet. I rose from the couch, pacing between the living room and the bedroom, only to find that with each shift, that faint clicking would follow, echoing in the shadows. My throat tightened with an unspoken tension. As the night deepened, I felt the fabric of my shirt cling to me, dampened by an unusual sweat that carried a peculiar scent. I reached for my phone, hoping to capture the unsettling atmosphere with a voice note. My voice trembled, each word a struggle, punctuated by the shaky rhythm of my breath. I spoke in fragmented thoughts. Day 4, hearing noises, seeing shadows, need rest. A sense of unease washed over me as I noticed my words becoming slurred. Just then, a silhouette caught my eye near the front door. I froze, heart racing, as it stood tall and still, an eerie presence that seemed to be watching me, my phone recording the moment in silence. It slipped from my grasp, and a wave of unease washed over me. I yearned to approach, yet fear held me back, whispering that I might stir something unseen. Despite my reassurances that it was merely a figment, it vanished with a blink. I made my way to the door, flicking on the hallway light, but found nothing there. A weight settled in my chest, and my hands trembled uncontrollably. I attempted to sip some water, but my parched throat rebelled against the harshness. In a flurry, I jotted down a note, saw a silhouette by the door, uncertain if it was a mere hallucination. In my haste, the pen slipped from my fingers, and I hurried away. On that fourth night, the notepad lay quietly on the floor, as if time itself had decided to stretch into infinity. Soft footsteps whispered across the carpet, drawing my attention. I searched the entire apartment, yet found no one. The front door remained securely locked. Each time I returned to the living room, those elusive shapes lingered in the corners of my sight, always just beyond my reach. Whenever I turned my head, they vanished like smoke. My heart raced, a wild drum in my chest, leaving me lightheaded. I attempted to steady my breath, seeking calm, but the rhythm eluded me, and my thoughts danced like shadows in the night. There was a stinging sensation in my eyes, and I became aware of a ringing in my ears. I opened the window, hoping for a breath of fresh air, but the world outside appeared hazy and distant. The next morning, I realized I had only managed to lie down for about an hour, though it hardly felt like real sleep. It was more akin to a brief moment of unconsciousness. My head throbbed, and my limbs felt heavy and numb, making it difficult to keep my eyes open. I dragged myself to the kitchen and prepared some instant oatmeal, which tasted like cardboard. I forced a few spoonfuls down, trying to muster enough energy, and sat at the kitchen table, staring into the void. As I leaned against the wall, attempting to make sense of the chaos swirling in my mind, my notepad caught my eye. The handwritten entries sprawled across the pages were a jumbled mess. Some lines trailed off into silence, while others were mere fragments of thought. It was evident that I was losing my grip on even the simplest of tasks. On that fifth night, the urge to surrender tugged at me. My body was weary, my face flushed, and my vision danced in and out of focus with every swift movement. Yet, a stubborn whisper within urged me to persist, reminding me of how far I had come. I clung to the hope that perhaps one more night would unveil the mystery that eluded me. Sleep eluded me, as it often does on nights like these. Shadows danced boldly, their forms shifting near the bedroom door and in the hallway. Each time I turned, they seemed to flicker, never lingering in one spot for long. A chill crept down my spine with each fleeting glimpse. The air was thick and stale, a reminder that the windows had remained closed for too long. My breaths came in shallow gasps, and my heart raced, as if it were trying to escape. Seeking comfort, I retreated to the couch, clutching a pillow tightly to my chest, every small sound sending tingles across my skin. The faint clicking had returned, and I thought I heard a soft scraping sound, reminiscent of nails on a hard surface. I pressed my back against the cushions, striving to maintain my composure as I felt my pulse throbbing in my ears. My gaze drifted to the lamp on the side table. The desire to turn it on battled with the fear of what might be revealed in the full light. My eyes flitted around the living room, and I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that I saw movement behind the chair or near the bookshelf. The atmosphere felt heavy, especially at around 3 a.m. I rose to take a look at In the bathroom, a faint shuffle echoed behind me. I turned quickly, yet found myself alone. A shiver coursed through my body, coldness creeping in despite the beads of sweat on my skin. My throat tightened, and my knees trembled as I clutched the sink. I turned on the faucet, the water chilling against my skin as I splashed it on my face. Gazing into the mirror, I noticed the redness in my eyes, the swelling of my eyelids, and the pallor of my cheeks. A buzzing sensation filled my head, as if my mind were on the brink of shutting down. I willed myself to remain standing as I stepped out of the bathroom, saw a silhouette in the hallway, close enough that it seemed only 3 or 4 steps away. Its outline stood stark against the darkness, and my breath caught in my chest. I froze, lips parted, but no sound emerged. Taking a slow step forward, the shape dissolved before my eyes, vanishing without a trace. I realized my hands were clenched so tightly that my knuckles ached, and my heart pounded against my ribs. I whispered to myself, "You're just tired. It's not real," though my voice trembled. The air in the apartment felt thick, almost suffocating. As I caught a whiff of my own sweat, a sense of unease began to creep in. I found myself questioning the nature of the shapes that danced at the periphery of my vision. They were too vivid, too persistent, and it felt as though they were observing me, their presence a silent intrusion. Each time I attempted to confront one directly, it would dissolve into nothingness, leaving my outstretched hand grasping only the emptiness of the air. With each fleeting glimpse, a dizzying sensation enveloped my mind, and a tightness gripped my chest. I blinked repeatedly, striving to regain my focus, but my legs trembled beneath me. As dawn broke, I finally succumbed to the weight of it all. In my body, I felt a weight that was hard to bear, hunched over and leaning against the wall near my bedroom. My head throbbed, and my hands trembled so violently that I pressed them against my sides, trying to steady myself. My eyelids grew heavy, slipping shut against my will. I stumbled to the bed, collapsing onto the mattress, and everything faded to darkness. When I finally awoke many hours later, exhaustion still clung to me, but the silhouettes had vanished. I cautiously checked every corner of my apartment, searching for any sign of movement or shadows that seemed out of place. I listened intently for any sound that might linger in the stillness. There were no clicks or scraping sounds, only the steady hum of the refrigerator filling the silence. My body ached, my eyes felt heavy, and my throat was raw. I found myself sitting on the couch, gazing into the empty corners of the room, replaying the events in my mind. I wished to convince myself that it was merely hallucinations brought on by sleep deprivation. Yet the vividness of those memories lingered, refusing to fade. I haven't dared to repeat that experiment. Insomnia still shadows my nights, but I strive to capture a few hours of rest, just enough to keep the depths of exhaustion at bay. I don't wish to encounter those shadows again. I keep the lights aglow in the evening and steer clear of letting my thoughts drift too far into the dark. Occasionally, I find myself casting glances at the corners, anxious that I might spot a silhouette lurking there, observing me. When that fear creeps in, I remind myself it's merely my weary mind playing tricks, yet an unease lingers as I recall the sensation. My heart racing, the air thickening whenever I sensed one of those forms. Even now, I remain uncertain whether it was all a figment of my imagination or if something else was truly present. Way inside, when I was too exhausted to fight back, I still remember the moment I stepped inside the Thornwood estate. My heart pounded from the start. I didn't go there to find ghosts or weird noises. I only wanted to record my voice in a big empty space. I'm a musician, always searching for new places with unique acoustics. That mansion was over 100 years old, and I'd heard whispers that its halls held an incredible echo. I thought it would be perfect for some vocal experiments. I drove there in the afternoon, the sky wore a dull gray cloak, and a chilly wind brushed against my arms as I parked my car outside the rusted gates. The entire property resembled St. Mary's Memorial, with the gates letting out a soft squeak as I pushed them open. The front yard was a wild expanse of tall grass, weeds, and a few broken statues standing like forgotten sentinels. An odd tension curled in my stomach, but I chose to set it aside. I approached the front door, which appeared weathered and warped from decades of rain and neglect. With little effort, I stepped inside, the lock having long surrendered its duty. The large entryway greeted me with the scent of dust mingled with something else, something lingering in the air. My nose twitched, a reaction to the dust swirling in the air. The floor beneath me was dark wood, marred by scratches and mysterious stains. I paused for a moment, allowing my eyes to adapt to the dimness. Before me loomed a wide staircase, its presence commanding attention. The walls were draped in old wallpaper, peeling away in long strips, revealing the age beneath. Above the main door, the windows were grimy, filtering in a faint light that cast everything in a gray, lifeless hue. I inhaled deeply, striving to find calm amidst the unsettling atmosphere. Gently, I set my backpack down and took out my portable recording device, a small microphone, and my phone, ready to capture the essence of this eerie place. The portable speaker remained tucked away in my bag, as I felt a desire to first immerse myself in the surroundings. My shoes let out soft squeaks against the wooden floor as I ventured through a doorway to the left. There, a spacious room unfolded before me, perhaps once a living room or parlor, now cloaked in dust that settled on every piece of broken furniture. An old couch lay overturned, and a toppled bookshelf leaned against one corner, a testament to time's passage. I cleared my throat, curious about the acoustics, and my voice echoed softly, though not much. I wandered about, clapping my hands to gauge how the sound traveled, and I noticed that, in the dim light near the back of the room, the echo took on a life of its own. I carefully placed my recording device on a small table, its three legs sturdy but for the one that had broken off, causing it to wobble slightly beneath my touch. I let a few low notes escape my lips, allowing them to drift through the stillness. After a moment, I paused to listen to the playback on my recorder. The sound was decent, yet it lacked the depth I sought. With a sense of curiosity, I decided to venture further into the mansion. Ascending the wide staircase in the main hall, each step creaked softly under my weight. I moved deliberately, aware of the stillness surrounding me. As I continued my exploration, I desired the wood to splinter beneath my touch, as a musty odor enveloped the second floor, more potent than that below. The cracked windows whispered cool drafts into the air, while the hallway stretched endlessly to the left and right, both paths cloaked in darkness. I flicked on the flashlight of my phone, illuminating walls adorned with closed doors, some lacking knobs, others bearing gaping holes. I approached the first door on the right. The handle felt stubbornly stiff. With a gentle push of my shoulder, I opened the door, revealing a bedroom where the ceiling had succumbed to collapse, scattered pieces of wood littering the floor. Plaster lay scattered across the floor, and I hesitated at the threshold, choosing instead to retreat and try the next door. This one yielded more easily, revealing a smaller room, stark and empty save for a solitary chair tucked away in the corner. Though it appeared sturdy, a sense of distrust lingered in the air. A cough escaped me, prompted by the heavy scent of mold that enveloped the space. I stepped inside, repeating my cautious ritual, clapping and listening. The room responded with a brief echo, but nothing of note captured my attention. I exited, a growing sense of unease settling in my bones. My shoulders tightened, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder, the hallway stretching behind me, shrouded in shadows. In the stillness, my footsteps echoed softly, while my breath seemed to resonate loudly in the quiet air. I pushed aside the unease that crept in and continued forward. At the end of the hallway, I discovered a spacious room, reminiscent of a grand ballroom. Tall windows lined one side, their surfaces coated with layers of grime. The floor, though dusty, remained largely intact, and the ceiling boasted intricate patterns, despite the peeling paint that told tales of time. As I stepped inside, a gentle chill brushed against my neck. I set my bag by the doorway and carefully removed my microphone stand, placing it in the center of the room before I began to test my equipment. Once more, my voice filled the air, echoing with a strong and clear resonance. Each note I sang seemed to bounce back, creating a deep, rich sound that enveloped me. I spent about 15 minutes exploring different melodies, adjusting the microphone as I went. The space around me had a hollow yet warm quality, just the texture I sought for my tracks. At one moment, curiosity got the better of me, and I called out, "Is anyone here?" I didn't truly expect a reply. It was merely a thought spoken aloud. The mansion remained silent, save for a faint creak in the walls, a whisper of its own. I shrugged off the stillness and returned to my recording. When I finished, I gathered my things and made my decision. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a chill settled over the mansion, wrapping it in an unsettling embrace. My back and neck tightened, and a clammy sensation crept over my skin. Fear wasn't quite the right word, but comfort eluded me in this ancient place, where the weight of history lingered in the air. I descended the stairs, my hand tracing the rough wood of the railing, each footstep echoing louder than before, a reminder of my quickening heartbeat. Upon reaching the ground floor, I seized my bag and stepped through the front door. The outside air was a refreshing contrast, yet an odd feeling nestled in my chest urged me to move faster. Returning to my car, I tossed my belongings into the trunk and made my way home. That night, I settled into my small studio, loading the recordings onto my computer. With my headphones on, I began to sift through the audio files, feeling a sense of satisfaction with most of them. The acoustics in that ballroom had been just right for my intentions. Then, I reached the file where I had posed the question, "Is anyone here?" My voice echoed back, followed by a long, eerie silence. I increased the volume, hoping to catch any subtle room tone, and that's when I heard it. A deep, raspy whisper that simply said, "I'm behind you." A sound emerged, faint yet distinct enough to halt my breath. A tingling sensation danced across my scalp, and a chill slithered down my spine. I swiftly removed my headphones, my gaze fixed on the screen, my stomach tightening with unease. That voice lingered in my mind, echoing the words from the recording. There was no doubt about it. I pressed play once more, this time through the speakers, seeking reassurance. The whisper returned, repeating the same haunting phrase, "I'm behind you." A sheen of sweat formed on my forehead. My hands trembled as I scrutinized the waveform on my screen, noting a small spike that confirmed my fears. After my question, I leaned in closer to that section, but it didn't resemble any typical audio anomaly. Instead, it appeared to be genuine speech. I recalled that I hadn't heard anything like that while I was in the mansion. It didn't echo or reverberate. It felt as though someone had responded to me. My throat tightened, and my heart raced so fiercely that it ached in my chest. I attempted to remain rational, considering the possibility of interference or some strange feedback, yet deep down I knew it sounded too human. The voice lingered in my thoughts. It was low, almost guttural, and it didn't resemble anything familiar. Anything I had ever recorded before began to fade as I felt my breath quicken. My hands grew clammy against the sides of my chair, and an odd sensation of being cornered enveloped me in my own studio, which seemed utterly absurd. Yet that was how my body chose to respond. I pressed pause and leaned back, my eyes flitting around the room, scanning every shadowy corner. My studio was small, just a desk, a computer, some soundproof foam on the walls, and a closed window. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary, but my mind insisted that someone might be lurking just behind me, hidden from view. I compelled myself to. As I stood up and flicked on the overhead light, the shadows danced momentarily before settling back into stillness. I approached the closet, opening the door to the hallway, yet nothing seemed out of the ordinary. I returned to my seat, replaying the audio, my heart still racing, but a sense of determination urged me to listen closely. The whisper echoed in my mind, "I'm behind you," and it remained unchanged with each replay. Thoughts of revisiting the mansion crossed my mind, perhaps with better equipment and a friend for company, but the mere notion sent a shiver through me. I realized then that the allure of that place had faded. It had given me what I sought, a unique acoustic experience, but at a cost I was no longer willing to pay. As the night deepened, I found myself lost in thought, replaying the unsettling incident that had stirred my mind. The echoes of that whispered phrase lingered, a haunting melody that refused to fade. I sought solace in random videos, hoping to distract myself, yet every few moments, my thoughts would drift back to that chilling moment. Despite the familiarity of my own home, a sense of unease wrapped around me like a heavy blanket. The following day, I confided in a few friends, but their skepticism only deepened my discomfort. One suggested it was mere imagination or perhaps a trick of radio waves. I chose not to argue, allowing them their beliefs while my mind remained ensnared in the shadows of that night. They wanted, deep down, to believe that what I heard was real. It felt like a response to my question, something personal, as if an unseen presence had been there with me. I replayed the moment in my mind, envisioning myself in that grand ballroom, singing and talking, completely alone. Yet, the thought of something else being there sent a shiver down my spine, making my legs feel weak. I attempted to edit the audio, but unease washed over me each time I approached that track. Hearing the voice again tightened my stomach, and I found myself skipping that particular file, unable to confront it. To erase it, yet the thought lingered, and I chose not to rename it, leaving it as a mere collection of numbers. As the week unfolded, sleep eluded me. Each time I shut my eyes, the image of that desolate mansion haunted my mind. I envisioned myself there, feeling the presence of something breathing just behind me. Night after night, I would awaken, drenched in sweat, convinced I had heard a whisper. I searched my room repeatedly, but found nothing. A weight settled in my chest, and my mouth turned parched. I resolved that I would never step back into that mansion. I didn't care if it had the best acoustics in the world. It felt dangerous, or at least unsettling enough to keep me away. My gear was safe at home, and that was all I needed. The thought of walking through those dark hallways again sent a shiver down my spine. I couldn't bear the idea of standing in that ballroom, hearing those echoes while I was physically present. I haven't deleted the recordings, but I don't listen to them anymore. They're stored on a backup drive, and sometimes I find myself wondering if I should ever revisit them. There's a part of me that thinks it might be best to erase them entirely, yet another part clings to the idea of keeping them as a testament to the events that unfolded. I've kept them to myself, for I doubt anyone would accept my word without experiencing it firsthand. Even then, I can imagine the skepticism, the whispers of prank or fabrication. But I know what I heard. Since then, I've turned my attention to other endeavors, capturing sounds in more conventional settings. Abandoned warehouses, dimly lit parking garages, and even the solemnity of old churches. In those places, however, the air has remained still, devoid of the peculiarities I once encountered. There are still places I find joy in discovering unique acoustic spots, though I tread more carefully now. I always bring a friend or colleague along when I can. I prefer to stick to well-documented buildings where I have permission to be, avoiding the temptation to wander alone into ancient, crumbling houses. Sometimes, late at night, I reflect on how my curiosity once led me into that mansion. I recall the thrill of the echoes and reverb, but then the memory of that chilling whisper on the playback surfaces. The jolt in my gut from the first time I heard it still lingers, sending a shiver down my spine. There's a certain chill that creeps over me when I think of that voice, its tone lingering in the air, as if it were right behind me. I've made my peace with it. I won't return. The Thornwood estate holds its secrets, and I prefer they remain undisturbed. I gathered what I needed from that place, and that is more than enough. If anyone inquires, I simply say it's not worth the hassle. Should they press for more, I'll mention the unsettling atmosphere of the house, but I'll keep the whisper to myself. It feels too intimate, and I prefer to remain in the shadows. Even now, that phrase sends shivers down my spine, echoing in my mind at the most unexpected moments, particularly when the night wraps around me. It's curious how discovering something forbidden can linger like a haunting whisper. The voice that responded was enough to keep me at a distance. I'm not in pursuit of spirits. I'm merely a musician seeking unique sounds. I never sought anything beyond that. This is my tale. I ventured into the Thornwood estate, hoping to capture its natural reverb, and I made a rather foolish request. Is anyone here? I didn't hear anything in the moment, but later, as I played the audio, a voice whispered, "I'm behind you." A wave of terror washed over me, and I knew I could never return to that place. There was something unsettling from the moment I stepped into that hallway. The air felt heavy, and the light seemed dimmer than usual. It was late, and I had stayed behind at the office to finish a project, believing I was alone, seeking peace and quiet to focus on my tasks. Instead, I found myself in the midst of an unsettling situation that lingers in my mind, casting a shadow of unease. My name is David, and I'm in my 30s, working as a data analyst in a corporate building downtown. Just last week, a deadline loomed over me, one I couldn't afford to miss. The final presentation was approaching, and the thought of disappointing my boss or my team weighed heavily on me. So, I chose to stay late, while my supervisor and coworkers departed around 7 p.m. They advised me to take it easy, but I brushed their concerns aside, assuring them I would manage just fine. I had snacks tucked away in my desk drawer, and the coffee machine was my steadfast companion, ready to keep me alert. My intention was to complete all my tasks before the first light of dawn, then steal a brief moment of rest in the break room. As the evening wore on, I toiled away with my office door firmly shut. Occasionally, I would catch the faint sounds of the cleaning staff passing by in the hallway, their carts rolling softly and their voices hushed. They wrapped up their duties around 10 p.m. I heard them gather their things and leave, and then the entire floor fell silent, save for the gentle hum of the air conditioning. My desk lamp cast a warm glow as I typed up spreadsheets and emails. The security guard typically patrolled the area around twilight, but he didn't stop by this time. I assumed he merely glanced into the main hallway and noticed my lights on. I didn't think much of it. It was around the hour of 1 in the morning. I felt stiff, my shoulder aching from sitting too long, and my coffee had gone cold. I got up, stretched, and opened the door to head to the break room. That was when I first noticed the corridor looked different. The overhead lights created a faint flicker that I hadn't noticed before, and the hallway felt longer than usual. I frowned and stood in the doorway, trying to figure out if I was just tired. I took a few steps forward, and a cool draft brushed around my ankles. There was a thin layer of mist on the floor. It wasn't In the thick of the night, a heavy fog crept slowly across the tiles, swirling gently around my shoes as I paused to listen. The air conditioner, usually a steady hum, had taken on an unfamiliar tone. A distant whisper floated through the air, elusive and indistinct. I considered the possibility of the ventilation system playing tricks, yet the sound felt too intimate, as if it emerged from various points along the wall, fading in and out like a fleeting shadow. I glanced behind me. My office door stood ajar, the lamp casting a soft glow. The corridor beyond appeared unchanged, yet there was an unsettling quality to it, as if something unseen lingered just out of sight. As I continued down the corridor, a slight haze lingered near the floor, prompting my mind to wander to the possibility of a malfunction in the building's climate control. I resolved to investigate the break room, curious if the issue extended there as well. However, as I walked, the corridor began to shift in ways I hadn't anticipated. The break room, which I knew should be just 50 feet down on the right, was nowhere in sight. Instead, I was met with an endless expanse of office doors, all cloaked in darkness. They stretched out before me, a seemingly infinite line of identical doors, each adorned with the same small nameplates, creating an unsettling sense of uniformity. With the same tinted windows, the overhead lights emitted a low buzzing sound that seemed to echo in the stillness. My chest tightened, making it difficult to breathe. The corridor stretched out before me, feeling unnaturally vast, as if it had expanded beyond its usual confines. I continued my walk, yet the break room door eluded my sight. Stopping once more, I turned around, only to find my office had vanished from view. Perhaps I had simply overlooked it, so I retraced my steps, but the corridor behind me appeared to stretch endlessly as well. A sense of unease settled in. My forehead began to sweat, and my hands grew clammy. I focused on steadying my breath, contemplating the unsettling atmosphere around me. Perhaps it was merely exhaustion, my weary mind conjuring illusions. I retraced my steps for a minute, the hallway unchanged. The stark white walls, the grayish floor tiles, the steady hum of the overhead lights, and the faint mist lingering in the air. Nothing shifted. I resolved to head back toward the break room once more. At that moment, a gentle cold breeze brushed against my back, subtle yet insistent, urging me to look behind. I thought I caught a low rumble, reminiscent of distant thunder, echoing from far ahead. A tension gripped my stomach, a prelude to the unknown. My neck muscles tightened as I hesitated at the entrance of the hallway. The thought of venturing further into its depths unsettled me, yet I felt an invisible force nudging me onward. It wasn't aggressive, just a gentle, unyielding push that made it difficult to retreat to the safety of my office. With each cautious step, I focused on the ground, aware of the mist that glided over the tiles beneath my feet. Soft whispers danced around me, emanating from behind the closed doors. At times, they seemed to call my name, while other moments left me straining to decipher their meaning. They spoke in a low, drawn-out murmur that sent a shiver down my spine, making my scalp itch. I approached the first door I encountered, but the handle refused to budge. The next door met the same fate, as if each one were locked from within. After several minutes of fruitless attempts, I caught sight of an open door to my left, its sign devoid of any markings. Curiosity drew me closer, and I leaned in to glimpse a small storage closet, illuminated by a single flickering light bulb overhead. Shelves lined the walls, filled with old file boxes, and the air was thick with a musty scent. My heart raced, yet I found myself stepping inside regardless. In the dim light, I found myself hoping for a phone or some means of communication. A desk chair sat neglected in the corner, its seat torn and the backrest cloaked in dust. Whispers danced through the air from the hallway behind me, but when I turned, there was only silence. I took a deep breath, reminding myself to check my phone. Perhaps a signal would appear, allowing me to reach out. As I pulled it from my pocket, I glanced at the screen. The battery hovered around 30%, yet there were no signal bars to be found. A rare occurrence in this building, and yet here I stood, alone. With no reception, a weight settled in my chest as disbelief washed over me. I closed my eyes for a moment, rubbing them gently, yet the phone still displayed that dreaded no service. Frustration led me to pocket it and return to the corridor. Suddenly, the open door behind me swung shut with a dull thud, sending a jolt through my chest. My limbs felt heavy, almost unresponsive. I grasped the handle, attempting to open it once more, but it remained stubbornly stuck. I yanked at it a few times, but the door wouldn't budge. The corridor lay in silence, save for the faint buzzing of the lights, while the floor was still shrouded in that shifting mist. The sound of my breath echoed in my ears as I pressed onward, feeling that retreat was futile. Time slipped away, and the corridor stretched endlessly before me. Occasionally, I glimpsed open doors in the distance, but they remained stubbornly locked when I approached. At one moment, I thought I detected footsteps trailing behind me, yet when I turned, there was only emptiness. This unsettling pattern repeated itself, slow, measured steps followed by silence. My heart quickened, and an unsettling awareness of vulnerability washed over me. I quickened my pace, yearning for the safety of a corner to turn. After what seemed like an eternity in the stairwell, a different door came into view at the end of the hallway. It was metal, marked by a large red sign that boldly proclaimed, "Exit." A flicker of relief washed over me, for it appeared to be a genuine escape. The push bar was clearly visible, and I hurried toward it, pushing aside the dull ache in my legs. Upon reaching the door, I pressed down on the bar, anticipating the familiar embrace of the stairwell beyond. The door creaked open just a crack, and a chilling gust of air rushed toward me, sharp against my skin. The hinges let out a soft squeak, revealing an expanse of darkness on the other side. I attempted to step through, but the cold struck me with such force that tears welled in my eyes and my teeth began to chatter. I braced the door open with my shoulder and extended my hand into the darkness. There was no wall or floor, only an abyss accompanied by a howling wind. I withdrew my hand and gazed into the pitch-black void, uncertain of my next move. I allowed the door to close and stood there, shivering. The metal surface felt cool against my palm. Once more, I sensed those whispers, gently brushing against my ears, urging me to press on. My heart raced, my arms felt tense, and the thought of stepping into that void filled me with unease. I turned to glance back at the corridor, hoping to find some change, but it remained the same. Endless doors lined up in a row, pulsing with a strange illumination, shrouded in a silent haze that clung to the floor. I tried to reason with myself, convincing my mind that perhaps this was just a bizarre dream or a moment of fainting at my desk. I pinched my arm until it stung, a reminder that I was indeed awake. Pressing my palm against the wall, I felt the slight texture of the paint, grounding me in reality. My eyes burned from exhaustion, and my throat was parched. I pondered whether I could simply wait it out until it was morning, yet time felt elusive. My watch stubbornly displayed the same hour, the minute hand barely shifting with each glance. The phone screen mirrored the strange stillness, showing no signal, and the battery dwindled. Yet, the time flickered erratically, oscillating between 10:02 a.m., as if caught in a loop of confusion, and 1:12 a.m., as I began to feel a familiar tightness in my chest. I instinctively took a few steps back from the exit door. My gaze was drawn to another door on the left side of the corridor, slightly ajar. Curiosity tugged at me as I approached it. This door resembled an old office entrance, its doorknob scratched and worn, and the nameplate was absent, leaving an air of mystery in its wake. I nudged it open with my foot, and the hinges let out a soft squeak. Inside, I beheld desks and chairs in disarray, papers strewn across the floor. The fluorescent light overhead flickered, casting an eerie glow on dusty monitors and St. Mary's Memorial office supplies. It felt like a place that had been abandoned in haste. The air was thick with the scent of stale, old carpet that had long been neglected. I stepped inside, my eyes scanning the room for anything of use. There, on one of the desks, lay a phone. I hurried over and picked it up, but it offered no dial tone. I tested As I pressed the buttons on the receiver, a heavy silence enveloped me. I began to rummage through the desk drawers, hoping to uncover a flashlight or a set of keys. Instead, I found only paper clips, sticky notes, and business cards belonging to strangers. My hands trembled as I sifted through the clutter, a chill creeping into the air around me. My breath became shallow, and my ears strained to catch every faint sound. Then, out of the stillness, a voice emerged behind me. A gasp, perhaps, or a sharp intake of breath. I turned quickly, but there was no one there. My pulse raced in my neck, and my palms grew damp with unease. The edge of the desk, I steadied myself, contemplating whether to call for help. A lingering feeling held me back, as if such a sound might summon something ominous. I swallowed hard, pressing my lips together in silence. Then, a sudden thump echoed from the other side of the office, emanating from a small door that likely led to a storage closet. The door rattled momentarily before falling silent. I took a cautious step toward it, only to freeze as I noticed the doorknob shift slightly. My heart raced within my chest, uncertainty clouding my mind. Every instinct urged me to flee that room, and I began to back away. As I stood there, my gaze fixed on the doorknob, it turned halfway before coming to a halt. Whispers echoed softly in the hall, as if beckoning me to return. The air in the office grew thick, almost stifling. I took a step back, retreating toward the open door that led to the corridor. For a fleeting moment, the corridor lights shone brighter, revealing mist that danced around the threshold. I cast a glance over my shoulder and noticed the corridor had transformed once more. It appeared shorter now. In the distance, my office door stood visible, the glow from my desk lamp spilling out like a beacon in the dimness. My heart felt a gentle lift as I turned fully around and began to jog toward my office. The push from behind had vanished, and I regained a sense of control over my movements. As I approached my office, I reached out to touch the walls, seeking balance. My body trembled, and my teeth chattered softly, not from the chill, but from the weight of stress. The hall was silent, save for the sound of my footsteps. The mist had thinned, yet it still lingered, drifting across the floor. I willed my legs to keep moving, step by step, until I stood right in front of my office door, which was open just as I had left it. My computer screen glowed softly, displaying the spreadsheet I had been diligently working on. The desk lamp cast a gentle light, the only illumination in the room. As I stepped inside, I closed the door behind me, my instinct urging me to lock it. I turned the deadbolt and leaned against the door, taking deep breaths. The warmth of the room enveloped me, a stark contrast to the cool corridor outside. Gradually, my pulse began to steady, and the tension in my shoulders eased. I made my way to the phone charger, plugged in my device, and glanced at the time on my computer. 3:45 a.m. Felt like everything was settling into a strange normalcy. The phone, though still devoid of signal, was at least replenishing its energy. I found myself seated at my desk, eyes fixed on the door, the silence enveloping me. The whispers had faded into the background, and through the small glass panel, the corridor appeared as it always had, the mist now a distant memory. The overhead lights cast their familiar glow, yet fear held me captive, preventing me from stepping outside. So I remained there, waiting as the clock ticked toward 5 a.m. As the sky began to brighten outside my window, I felt a gentle urge to gather my belongings and make my way to the elevator. My legs were unsteady, yet I found the strength to leave the office behind. The corridor stretched out as it always did, and the break room stood exactly where I expected it to be. I passed by, continuing my journey to the elevator, pressing the button repeatedly until the doors finally opened. The descent to the lobby was quiet, almost serene. When the front doors swung open, I stepped into the cool embrace of the early morning air. I had yet to share the events of that night with my coworkers, still uncertain whether it had all been a figment of my imagination or something more tangible. Something in that building shifts after twilight. I know what I witnessed. The sensation of that cold wind urging me onward lingers in my mind. The endless corridor, lined with locked doors and a pulsing glow, haunts my thoughts. Even now, I feel a twinge of anxiety if I linger past sunset. I steer clear of that floor whenever possible, wrapping up my tasks early and slipping away before the cleaning staff completes their rounds. The thought of being alone there as everyone departs fills me with unease. The memory of that open exit door, leading into nothing but chilling darkness, is one I cannot shake. Relief washed over me as I stepped out, vowing never to spend another night in that office. If anyone inquires about working late, I'll simply say I have other commitments. I refuse to endure another lengthy evening with a hallway that feels alive in ways I can't explain. I sought solace and tranquility, hoping to escape the city's clamor and inhale fresh air. Yet, I was unprepared for the sight of shadows shifting independently. That initial glimpse, flickering in the firelight, sent a chill through me, tightening my chest and causing my hands to tremble as I tried to comprehend what I was witnessing. It was an experience unlike any other, as I had visited many campsites before, but this one held a different allure. Millbrook Nature Reserve, a place seldom frequented by others, promised solitude and a chance to be alone with my thoughts. Yet, as I would soon discover, I was mistaken. I arrived earlier in the day, around mid-morning, after a 4-hour drive from my apartment in the city. With the windows down, I welcomed the cool breeze against my face, and I recall the scenery shifting as I drew nearer to the reserve. The roads became quieter, and at one point, I found myself traveling for nearly an hour without encountering another vehicle. The road stretched ahead, igniting a thrill within me, a sense of freedom that only comes when I am distanced from the usual throngs of people. I parked my car in a small gravel lot near the entrance, where a weathered wooden sign stood, its faded letters whispering the name of the reserve, yet offering no further details. With a gentle resolve, I gathered my backpack and duffel bag filled with camping gear, alongside a cooler stocked with simple provisions, mostly sandwiches and a few protein bars. The air was crisp and clean, devoid of any harsh scents or traces of pollution. I inhaled deeply, feeling my lungs expand with the purity of the moment. Way that never happens in the city. It felt good. My shoulders relaxed, and I was confident this trip would do me a lot of good. I walked along a narrow trail that cut through thick trees, tall with rough bark. Patches of sunlight streaked down through the leaves, and the ground was soft and damp. I spotted a few small animals, maybe squirrels or chipmunks, darting between fallen branches. Every so often, I heard birds calling out from the treetops. There was a sense of calm all around me. I chose a spot to set up camp near a small. It was clear that this wasn't an official campsite. There were no signs or fire pits to mark the place. Yet, the ground was level, and the trees stood tall in a wide circle around me, offering a sense of privacy. I noticed some older footprints, suggesting that perhaps a few other campers had found this spot before. With a sense of calm, I dropped my bag and began to unpack. My simple one-person tent went up quickly. I hammered the stakes down, double-checked the straps, and unrolled my sleeping bag inside. Then, I gathered some rocks to form a circle for a safe fire, preparing for the night ahead. As nightfall approached, I found comfort in the warm glow of a real fire, a cherished companion during my camping adventures. After setting up my campsite, I took a leisurely stroll around the area, ensuring I knew the location of a nearby stream for water collection. With a small filtration pump tucked in my pack, I felt prepared. I also sought signs of fellow wanderers, but the forest revealed nothing. No fresh footprints or recent activity. Only the tracks of deer and raccoons marked the forest floor, lending an air of solitude to the surroundings. The day slipped by swiftly, and I engaged in various tasks. As I wandered through the trees, the light danced softly around me, illuminating the small paths that branched off from the main trail. I noticed thick patches of moss clinging to the rocks, a testament to the dampness that enveloped the shadowy undergrowth. The air held a gentle chill, yet it wrapped around me comfortably. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows, I felt the weariness of the day settle in. I made my way back to my campsite, ready to build a fire. Having gathered enough kindling, I arranged it carefully within the ring of rocks and struck a lighter. The flames flickered to life, small at first, but soon they began to grow, casting a warm glow in the encroaching darkness. Big enough to keep me warm, I settled onto a small folding chair beside my tent. I heated some instant noodles in a small metal pot over the fire. As I did so, I noticed the light fading quickly. The sky took on a gray tone that enveloped the tree line. My only source of illumination was the fire, its flames casting a warm glow that flickered around me, while everything beyond that circle of light was swallowed by pitch blackness. The occasional chirp of crickets filled the air, and a gentle breeze rustled through the treetops, making the branches creak softly. I felt comfortable, yet a slight unease lingered in the atmosphere, as if the night held secrets just beyond the reach of my firelight. There comes a time when the darkness envelopes everything, leaving only the gentle glow of your lantern or fire to guide you. In that stillness, as I stirred my noodles, a shiver ran down my spine. I glanced at the trees surrounding me, their forms mere shadows against the night. At first, all seemed normal, just dark silhouettes. But then, on one of the trunks, I noticed something unusual, a shadow that didn't quite fit. It had a smooth outline, resembling a figure with hands clasped in front, standing silently among the trees. My stomach tightened as I blinked a few times, hoping my eyes were deceiving me, yet the shape lingered. The fire crackled softly, and the shadow appeared to sway gently. I rose, clutching my pot by the handle, and took a few cautious steps forward. Surely, there must be a logical explanation. Perhaps a branch or a root was casting an odd silhouette. But then, the shape shifted, bending at the waist as if in a bow. My heart raced, and I tightened my grip on the pot. I ventured another step, but as I drew near, the shadow melted away into the darkness. As I stood by the trunk, a flicker of movement caught my eye, a shape on another tree. Turning slowly, I beheld a silhouette, a figure kneeling with arms raised. A tightness gripped my chest, and I instinctively retreated to the warmth of the fire, wondering if the dancing flames were playing tricks on my mind. My hands grew clammy as I set down my pot, wiping my palms on my jeans. I took a moment to scan my surroundings, moving in a deliberate circle. Shadows loomed on 3 or 4 trees, each casting human-like outlines in various postures. One with arms extended, another in a different stance, all watching in eerie silence. It was as if they were pressing their hands together, while another figure crouched nearby, all of them caught in a strange prayer pose. A cold shock ran down my spine, a sudden wave of goosebumps enveloping me. I reminded myself to stay calm. I glanced at my fire. The flames danced vigorously, flickering side to side in the gentle breeze. With each shift of the flames, the shadows moved, too, not remaining still but swaying as if guided by an unseen force. The unsettling part was that they didn't seem to. As I sat there, I searched for any branches or tall grass that might form those eerie shapes behind me, but nothing seemed to align. It was as if those outlines had no true origin. I compelled myself to sit down and eat, though my stomach twisted with anxiety. I had hardly eaten all day. The noodles were tasteless, my thoughts consumed by the shapes. Each time I cast my gaze toward the tree line, they appeared in new positions, always retreating from the light, lingering in the shadows. Whenever I attempted to dismiss them, an unsettling prickle crept up my spine, of my neck, a sensation that I was not alone. The rustling sounds behind the trees stirred my imagination. Perhaps it was just raccoons or small critters scurrying about in search of food. Yet, those thoughts intertwined with the eerie images dancing in my mind. I found it difficult to relax. My heart thumped steadily, and my breathing felt shallow. At one point, I stood and circled the fire, hoping that a change in perspective might alter the shadows that seemed to linger just beyond the reach of the light. I reached for my flashlight. From my bag, I retrieved a sturdy flashlight, the kind that casts a bright beam into the darkness. I aimed it at one of the shadowy figures, and as the light touched it, the silhouette vanished without a trace. But when I shifted the beam away, it returned, taking on the form of a person with arms crossed, sending a shiver down my spine, as if every hair on the back of my neck had risen in alarm. I whispered to myself that it was merely a trick of light, needing to hear my own voice to anchor me, though it trembled with uncertainty. I focused on the branches above, the moonlight filtering through, trying to maintain my grip on reason amidst the unsettling scene unfolding before me. And the flickering fire danced, yet it felt insufficient against the strange sights before me. I resolved to stoke the flames, hoping a brighter glow would dispel these odd illusions. As I gathered more wood from the clearing, I kept my flashlight steady, careful not to stumble over hidden roots. Yet, with each piece I collected, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows glided along the tree trunks, moving in a way that defied nature, swaying as if they were part of some eerie dance. When I returned, I stacked the wood high, the fire's warmth a small comfort against the encroaching darkness. The fire crackled as I added more wood, its flames reaching higher and sending sparks dancing into the night sky. I stepped back, feeling the heat radiate, illuminating the campsite in a warm glow. Yet, the added light only deepened the shadows around me, where they began to take shape, forming what appeared to be a line of figures, standing silently with their hands clasped together. A bead of sweat trickled down my forehead, a testament to the unease settling in my chest rather than the warmth of the fire. The thought of packing up and leaving crossed my mind, but the darkness outside loomed ominously, and I hesitated, uncertain if navigating the road in such conditions was wise. It was narrow and unlit, and my chest tightened at the thought of navigating that forest road in the dark. I tried to hold out, convincing myself that I could wait until morning, leaving as soon as the sun rose. I sat by the fire, arms wrapped around my knees, scanning the tree line. Every so often, I would catch sight of a cluster of silhouettes shifting positions. One moment they appeared to be kneeling, and the next standing with their heads bent to the side. I didn't hear any voices, but a pressure filled my ears, as if the forest itself was holding its breath. As the night deepened, a stillness enveloped the air, and my body's reactions intensified. My palms grew damp, my legs felt unsteady, and my heart thudded so fiercely that I could sense its rhythm echoing in my ears. In an attempt to calm my racing thoughts, I turned to my cooking gear, methodically scrubbing the pot with a cloth, each movement deliberate. Yet, my gaze was drawn repeatedly to the shifting shadows that danced around me. The wind shifted, carrying with it a low whistle that whispered through the treetops. The fire crackled, its flames leaping higher, sending embers swirling into the night, while the shadows seemed to draw closer, encircling me in their embrace. As I sat there, a peculiar sensation washed over me, as if shadows were creeping ever closer, forming a half-ring around the campsite. I could almost convince myself that I saw the outlines of hooded figures lurking just beyond the firelight, but I knew it was merely my mind playing tricks, interpreting the dance of the silhouettes. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge surged through me, compelling me to rise. My legs trembled beneath me, yet I found the strength to stand. Gripping my flashlight tightly, I turned slowly, scanning the darkness. "Is anyone out there?" I called, my voice faltering on the last word. Silence enveloped me, broken only by the rustling leaves and the faint hiss of the fire, leaving me in a chilling solitude. My pulse quickened as I focused on my breathing, counting each inhale and exhale. The clammy sensation of my skin beneath the jacket reminded me of the chill in the air. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, directing the flashlight at the trees. The beams sliced through the darkness, yet revealed nothing substantial. The shadows would retreat under the bright light, only to creep back as I turned the beam away. Thoughts swirled in my mind, drifting to the stories I dismissed about haunted forests and strange rituals. I had always scoffed at such tales, but now I found myself in a situation that defied logic. Eventually, I found myself inching closer to the tent, carefully zipping it open. I craved some semblance of a barrier around me, even if it was merely a thin sheet of nylon. Crawling inside, I settled atop my sleeping bag, leaving the fire crackling outside. The tent's interior was bathed in a warm orange glow, casting flickering silhouettes that danced upon the walls. I attempted to dismiss the shadows, but with each strong gust of wind, they stretched and twisted, revealing those unsettling shapes once more. My heart raced, refusing to calm. Glanced at the clock on my phone, noting it was just past 2 a.m. That realization settled heavily upon me as the night stretched on, seemingly without end. I sought solace in the sound of the crackling fire, reassuring myself that it would ward off any lurking creatures, that I was still safe within my fragile sanctuary. The flickering silhouettes danced playfully, teasing my imagination. I contemplated unzipping the tent to add more wood to the fire, yet the thought of confronting the shadows outside filled me with unease. My mouth felt parched, and I found myself swallowing repeatedly, while my hands trembled as I rubbed them together. I remained in that stillness, caught in the grip of the night. Half sitting, half lying, I found myself in a state of stillness that stretched on for what felt like hours. My body was tense, and my eyes remained wide open as I waited for something to break the silence. A voice, perhaps, or a figure stepping forward from the shadows. Yet nothing came. Only the shapes on the trees danced in the dim light. Sometimes they shifted quickly, almost as if they were swaying, while at other moments, they stood still, lined up like sentinels. Just before dawn, I noticed a subtle change in the sky. The darkness was beginning to lift. I unzipped the tent and peered outside, where the fire had dwindled to mere embers, glowing softly in the encroaching light. A faint gray light filtered through the trees, casting softer shadows that melded with the natural contours of the forest. My shoulders relaxed slightly as the realization dawned upon me. I had survived the night. Though my nerves were frayed and my eyes stung from sleeplessness, I crawled out of the tent and began to pack away my belongings. I kicked dirt over the embers, watching them fade into the earth, and without pausing for a proper breakfast, I hurriedly stuffed my sleeping bag into its sack and dismantled the tent with urgency. My hands trembled, and my stomach knotted tightly. All I desired was to escape that place. The forest was unnaturally quiet. I cast one final glance at the trees, where the lively silhouettes had vanished. The sunlight, though faint, was sufficient to make them fade away. Once I had gathered my belongings, I made my way back to the car. Throughout my journey, I encountered no one, and the forest trail appeared ordinary once more. Upon reaching the gravel lot, I unlocked my car and stowed my gear. My heart raced still, yet a wave of relief washed over me as I turned on the engine. As I drove away, leaving that reserve behind, my mind was filled with the haunting images of those shadows. I tried to push them aside, but they lingered, refusing to fade. With each mile on my journey home, I found myself glancing into the rearview mirror, half expecting to catch a glimpse of something stirring in the back seat, despite knowing it was just a trick of the mind. At every red light, my legs would bounce with restless energy, and my grip on the steering wheel tightened, turning my knuckles a ghostly white. The memory of those outlines clung to me, a chilling reminder of the unknown that lurked just beyond the edges of my perception. As I returned to my apartment, the shadows of the night still clung to me. I closed the door behind me, letting my bags drop to the floor as I sank into the familiar embrace of my couch. A weight settled in my chest, and my mind buzzed with the echoes of an unsettling experience. I found myself staring at the walls of my living room, searching for a sense of normalcy that seemed just out of reach. Since that eerie night, I've struggled to articulate what transpired. I reassure myself it was merely the flickering firelight playing tricks, mingling with the rustle of branches in the wind. Yet a part of me remains unconvinced, haunted by the lingering shadows of doubt. In those woods, a peculiar sensation enveloped me, as if unseen eyes were upon me. Silhouettes danced in the twilight, shifting in ways that defied the ordinary shadows cast by the fading light. They resembled figures engaged in prayer or some ancient ritual, a sight that has etched itself into my memory. Since that night, the thought of camping has eluded me, though a part of me yearns to return, to uncover the mystery once more. Yet, each time I entertain the idea, a tightness grips my stomach, and a chill sweeps across my brow. Perhaps one day, I will muster the courage to venture back, but the thought of facing those shadows alone fills me with trepidation. Even now, a lingering unease settles over me, as if the shadows of that day still linger in the corners of my mind. The thought of returning fills me with a peculiar dread, for I can't help but wonder if I might encounter them once more, and perhaps they would draw nearer this time. A tightness grips my chest whenever I recall the events that unfolded. It began as an ordinary day, a simple task ahead of me. I drove to the old Oak Ridge estate, summoned by the owner's complaint of water dripping into the attic whenever it rained. He asked me to inspect the roof, and as someone who takes on small contracting jobs, I readily agreed. I approached the task with a sense of normalcy, expecting nothing out of the ordinary, merely planning to climb up and uncover the source of the leak. As I approached the house at the end of the long dirt road, a sense of unease settled over me. Tall grass swayed gently on either side, and the line of fence posts, long neglected, stood like sentinels of a forgotten time. The owner shared that his family had lived there until just a few months prior, driven away by whispers of a weakening foundation. The moment I parked my truck and stepped out, the scent of damp would fill the air, and I noticed the front porch sagging under its own weight, as if it too bore the weight of untold stories. Windows were boarded up, and the wind made a low whistle through a broken shutter on the side. A sense of unease crept over me, but I brushed it off, reminding myself that I was only there to check the roof. As I walked around the side of the house in search of a good entry point, I recalled the owner's warning about the clutter inside, old furniture and tools that might obstruct my path to the attic. He had suggested using the skylight on the second floor. With my flashlight in hand and a small tool bag slung over my shoulder, I began my search for a safe way up. There was a wide set of The stairs creaked beneath my weight as I ascended to the second floor. Upon entering the house, the musty scent of mold and dust enveloped me, growing stronger with each step. My boots echoed softly against the warped floorboards, and I paused frequently, wary of their stability. The hallway was cloaked in dimness, with only thin streaks of sunlight daring to seep through the cracks in the walls and the edges of boarded windows. Eventually, I discovered a door that led to what appeared to be an old storage room. Inside, shelves lay toppled, and the floor was littered with piles of magazines, empty jars, and some rusted metal parts. A sense of relief washed over me as I took it all in. With my flashlight in hand, I ventured into the dimly lit space, where the absence of working lights cast an eerie shadow. After a careful search, I noticed a hatch in the ceiling, its size appearing too small for a comfortable climb. The owner's instructions had hinted at a skylight in the upstairs hallway that opened onto the roof, so I chose to pursue that lead instead. The second-floor corridor was in disrepair, with peeling wallpaper and several doors absent, creating an unsettling atmosphere. A flicker of daylight beckoned from the far end, and I realized that must be the skylight I sought as I approached. As I gazed upon a small wooden ladder leaning against the wall, its age was evident, yet it appeared sturdy enough to support me. I cautiously placed my weight on the bottom step, relieved when it held firm. With a racing heart, I began to climb, attempting to reassure myself that the tension was merely a product of my surroundings. An old, musty house that seemed on the verge of collapse. Yet, a whisper in my mind hinted at a deeper unease, an unsettling quality to the profound silence enveloping that place. Upon reaching the top of the ladder, I carefully lifted my head through the opening. Outside the skylight, I could see the roof, adorned with dry leaves, scattered branches, and a few cracked tiles near the chimney. The sky hung heavy with gray, yet the rain held off, allowing a gentle breeze to sweep across the house. I hoisted myself up, my shoulders reaching the roof's edge, eager to inspect the chimney area. My intention was to stroll over and see if any tiles had loosened or if the mortar around the chimney's base had crumbled. It was then that I noticed a figure. At first, it was merely a shape, resembling someone crouched near the... As I stood there, the figure's body was mostly obscured, yet I could discern a head and shoulders. I froze, holding my breath, my mind racing with questions. Why was someone up here? I had anticipated perhaps a squatter or another contractor, but the way the figure remained utterly still sent a chill through me. I strained to see more clearly, yet all I could make out were those pale, almost colorless eyes, locked onto mine. My heart pounded in my ears. It wasn't merely the presence of another person that unsettled me, but the eerie stillness that enveloped the moment. Those eyes, unblinking, held me captive in that moment. I found myself frozen, one knee resting on the ladder, my hands gripping the edge of the skylight. I opened my mouth, but no words emerged. My thoughts raced in a chaotic dance. Should I call out, inquire about the presence before me? Yet, the intensity of that gaze constricted my throat, leaving me breathless. My palms grew clammy, and the ladder beneath me swayed ever so slightly. I tried to reassure myself that this was merely a passerby, perhaps a local or an unwelcome visitor. But deep within, an unsettling feeling whispered that it was something far more sinister. I found myself gazing at something that seemed entirely out of place. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished. It didn't flee or leap away. There were no sounds of footsteps on the roof. One moment, I was locked onto those pale eyes, and the next, there was only emptiness where they had been. I scanned my surroundings, peering at the sides and edges, searching for any sign of how a person could have escaped. But there was nothing. No sound, no movement. A gentle breeze stirred, sending a few leaves dancing across the roof. A tremor coursed through me, my arms growing weak. My mind raced, and all I could think was that I needed to leave this place. As I descended the ladder, my heart raced, and I nearly lost my footing. My knee collided with a rung, and I stifled a cry, biting my tongue against the sharp sting. When my feet finally touched the ground, I swiftly pulled the ladder away from the skylight, bracing myself for the unexpected. Yet only silence enveloped me. My chest tightened, and I could hear the uneven rhythm of my own breath, each inhale a reminder of the stillness around me. My mouth felt parched as I reached for my flashlight, illuminating the dim hallway. I half expected to see that figure lurking in the shadows, but all that greeted me were the remnants of chipped paint and cracked walls, whispering tales of forgotten times. As I stood there, the broken floorboards creaked beneath me, and I took a deep breath, reminding myself to stay calm. Perhaps it was just my imagination, I thought, a product of a restless night that had left my mind in a fog. Yet, my heart raced, and a lightheadedness washed over me, as if I were teetering on the brink of fainting. I leaned against the wall for support, the musty scent of dampness and aged wood enveloping me, almost overwhelming. Then, from above, a sound pierced the stillness. A quick scrape, like something shifting on the roof. Could have been a branch or perhaps something more unsettling. As the wind whispered through the cracks, a chill ran down my spine, and every hair on my arm stood on end. The air felt thick with an unspoken tension, urging me to leave. I turned swiftly, my boots echoing against the creaking floorboards as I hurried down the hallway. In my haste, my foot caught on a loose piece of carpet, and for a moment, I teetered on the edge of losing my balance. My flashlight tumbled from my grasp, rolling across the floor, but I retrieved it with trembling fingers and pressed on, driven by an urgent need to escape. When I reached the top of the main staircase, I paused, glancing back into the stillness of the corridor. It remained empty, the skylight casting a patch of gray light, devoid of movement or the figure that had haunted my thoughts. Yet, the unease lingered, a silent reminder of the unknown lurking just beyond sight. My mind lingered on those pale eyes, unlike any I had encountered before. They seemed almost devoid of color, as if they were the gaze of a statue or something otherworldly, not of this realm. A wave of unease washed over me, stirring my stomach. I compelled myself to descend the steps, each one feeling precarious, as if the wood might give way beneath me. I clutched the railing, concentrating on the careful movement of my feet, determined to avoid any misstep that could lead to disaster. My shoulders were tight, my jaw set in resolve, repeating to myself, just keep moving, just keep moving. At last, I reached the ground floor. As I approached the front door, I found it stubbornly jammed, prompting me to seek entry through a side door instead. I ventured into the dimly lit, dusty rooms, navigating around broken furniture and scattered remnants of the past. My flashlight flickered ominously, and for a fleeting moment, a sense of unease washed over me, fearing the batteries might fail. The thought of being enveloped in darkness within that house was unsettling. Finally, I reached the side entrance, clearing away some splintered wood before pushing the door open to greet the sunlight. My truck awaited me on a patch of dirt, and a wave of relief washed over me. Outside, I could finally breathe again, the fresh air invigorating as I became aware of the tension that had gripped my muscles. I hurried to my truck, tossing my gear into the passenger seat with a sense of urgency. As I settled behind the wheel, I locked the doors, my hands trembling slightly. I took a moment to breathe deeply, feeling the dryness in my mouth that made swallowing a challenge. With a turn of the key, the engine roared to life, and I backed out, the tires crunching over the gravel beneath me. One last glance at the roof revealed the chimney standing still, nothing else in sight. No movement, no shadow. I urged myself to stop looking, to simply drive away. The dirt road stretched ahead, and I pressed the accelerator, dust swirling around me as I sped off. In the rearview mirror, my heart raced, a steady thrum in my throat. I struggled to comprehend what I had witnessed. The figure, whatever it was, had lingered by the chimney, those pale eyes fixed upon me, and then, in an instant, it vanished without a trace. Felt surreal, defying all reason. Frustration bubbled within me, and I pounded my fist on the steering wheel, grappling with the fear that clung to me. Yet, deep down, I knew I had to distance myself from that house, to escape the unsettling presence that haunted my thoughts. As I finally reached the main road, the weight of the night pressed heavily upon me. As I drove along the road, I felt the urge to pull over, so I did, stopping at the side. Leaning forward, I rested my head on the steering wheel, attempting to calm my racing heart. My pulse pounded in my ears, and my shirt clung to me, damp with sweat. The world around me felt eerily still. Cars drifted by in the distance, but my focus remained on my own breath and the soft murmurs of my truck's engine. A thought crossed my mind. Perhaps I should call the owner or even the police. Yet, as I pondered, I realized I had no solid evidence to share. No footprints marked the ground. No voices echoed in the air. All I had seen was a shadowy figure, crouched and still. With pale eyes that seemed to vanish into the shadows, I found myself sitting there for a while, grappling with my next move. Eventually, I chose to call the owner, informing him that the roof likely required significant repairs and that I could not complete the inspection. I refrained from delving into the details of my experience, merely mentioning that something had startled me up there, perhaps an animal or an intruder, and that I could no longer remain on the property. He sounded taken aback and slightly irritated, but I felt no concern. Returning to that roof was not an option for me. As the afternoon wore on, that figure lingered in my thoughts, its eyes etched into my memory like a haunting echo. I attempted to shake off the unease by bustling about town, running errands to occupy my mind. I paused for a warm cup of coffee and a simple sandwich, yet my hands trembled as I lifted the cup to my lips. A small part of me wished to rationalize it all, to believe it was merely a person with peculiar contact lenses. But the truth was, I had seen no details, no hair color, no clothing, no expression, only those pale eyes set within a shadowy form. That night, a memory wrapped itself around me like a shadow, sending chills down my spine. Sleep eluded me, for every time I closed my eyes, there it was, the crouched figure haunting my thoughts. A cold dread settled in my stomach, my body tensed, and I would jolt awake, heart racing. I flicked on the bedside lamp, hoping to find solace in the pages of a book. Yet my mind kept drifting back to that rooftop, to that fleeting moment when I blinked and the figure disappeared. Restlessness took hold, and I found myself pacing my room, chewing on my lip. At times, anger flared within me for allowing such fear to consume me, while at other moments, I simply felt lost in the darkness of my own thoughts. A wave of unease washed over me, the thought of encountering that figure again lingering in my mind. In the days that followed, the owner kept reaching out, eager to uncover the details of my experience. Finally, I spoke plainly. I had seen someone on the roof, but they vanished, leaving me shaken. That was the essence of it. I recommended he find someone else to investigate the leak. He probed further, wondering if it could have been a thief or a drifter. I replied that it was possible, yet I remained uncertain. I knew what I had witnessed, and it defied logic. After that, he seemed to relent, perhaps sensing the weight of my words. I came to understand that returning to that place was not an option, regardless of the tempting offers. The mere thought of that old house stirs a sense of unease within me. I can vividly recall the boarded windows, the broken shutters, and the shadowy hallway that seemed to stretch endlessly. The skylight, casting its pale light onto the roof, lingers in my memory. I often ponder whether it was merely a trick of the light or if my imagination was playing tricks on me. Yet, deep down, my instincts whisper that something was there. Something tangible enough to meet my gaze and then slip away without a whisper. Such experiences linger long after they occur, and though time has passed, I find myself sharing this with only a select few. Most people might chuckle or think me a bit unhinged, but I am certain of what I experienced. The way my body responded was undeniable. Such fear doesn't simply appear out of thin air. I haven't returned to that place since, nor do I intend to. The mere recollection sends shivers down my spine. Even while engaged in other tasks, I find myself casting wary glances over my shoulder at the slightest sound. My hands grow clammy, and my heart races. I try to reassure myself that it's just paranoia, yet I'd prefer to err on the side of caution. Whatever I encountered, I have no desire to face it again. Anyone else who wishes to explore that roof may do so without my company. I have had my fill of that place and am at peace with never uncovering the truth of what, or who, I encountered there. The silence enveloped me immediately as I exited my truck. The absence of birdsong or the whisper of the wind was palpable, and the air pressed heavily against my skin. As I surveyed my surroundings, a solitary dirt road wound its way deeper into the village. The sun hung low in the sky, casting elongated shadows that danced across the ground, giving the place an air of desolation. My purpose here was to assess the condition of the St. Mary's memorial houses As I ventured into the village near the lake, a colleague's words echoed in my mind, hinting at old structures that might be worth my attention. Little did I know, I was stepping into a realm where time seemed to have paused. The road stretched ahead, and I kept my gaze fixed on the boarded-up windows of the houses, each one adorned with planks that spoke of abandonment. Some doors hung ajar, while a few roofs sagged under the weight of neglect. My boots crunched softly on the gravel, the sound mingling with the scent of damp wood and the stale essence of dust that lingered in the air. A gentle breeze drifted from the lake, rustling through the remnants of a forgotten place. The few dead weeds near the fences held a stillness that made me anticipate a figure emerging or a voice calling out. Yet the street remained silent. I approached a row of small houses to my left, their walls worn and weary, one still adorned with a tattered curtain that peeked through the boards. I paused, straining to listen. My own breathing echoed in the stillness, my heartbeat resonating in my ears. In such a deserted place, I would typically expect the rustle of animals, but here, there was only an enveloping quiet. A chill crept over my arms, a stark contrast to the warm air, as the sun dipped lower, casting elongated shadows across the ground. In the dim light of the evening, I found myself drawn to one of the largest structures looming ahead. It resembled a communal hall or perhaps a storage facility, its tall double doors adorned with chipped paint. The windows flanking the entrance were shrouded by thick boards, giving the place an air of neglect. The roof, with its broken shingles, added to the sense of decay, while a small tower rose from the center, where a battered bell swayed gently in the breeze. As I contemplated stepping inside, something near the corner of the building caught my attention. At first glance, I thought I saw two figures standing motionless, their backs turned to me. As I gazed upon the figures, they appeared almost human, yet their skin bore a grayish hue that obscured any distinct facial features, rendering them blurred and indistinct. A sudden jolt of surprise coursed through me, prompting me to pause and steady my gaze. Their heads seemed devoid of detail, their limbs unnaturally thin, and their posture was peculiar, as if they were leaning forward in an unsettling manner. My heart thudded heavily in my chest, and I felt beads of sweat forming on my forehead, my muscles tightening in response. With a deliberate, slow step toward them, I noticed that the moment I moved, they seemed to sense my presence, gliding backward with an eerie grace, vanishing behind a section of crumbling concrete. Perhaps it was a fragment of a sidewall, for they moved not in a typical manner. They slipped away with such grace that I questioned the reality of my sight. Instinctively, I felt compelled to uncover whether there were indeed souls residing in this place or if my mind was merely conjuring figures in the dimness. I quickened my pace toward the spot where they had disappeared, the sound of my boots reverberating against the cracked pavement as I approached the building. Turning the corner, I was met with nothing but a small yard, its grass wild and untamed, accompanied by broken barrels and an old wheelbarrow, rusted and upturned. There was no one there, footprints in the dirt, save for my own. The grass swayed gently, a whisper of movement. I glanced behind the wheelbarrow, peered around some broken crates, yet found no one there. A surge of adrenaline coursed through me, my heartbeat echoing in my chest, breath shallow and quick. I stood still, straining my ears for any hint of footsteps or movement, but the silence enveloped me. Just that same dead quiet. I remember wiping the sweat from my brow with the back of my hand, grappling with the disbelief of what I had just witnessed. Yet deep down, I knew I wasn't imagining it. As I gazed at the wall, its gray surface crumbling in spots, I felt an unsettling tension in my stomach. There were no signs of life, no whispers of hidden souls. I pondered whether to retreat to my truck and report the village as deserted, but a sense of duty urged me to press on. I had come this far, after all, and my task was to document the state of the area. I circled the building, searching for an entrance that might not be barricaded. Then, I discovered a side door, its paint peeling like old memories. I tugged at it, feeling it yield slightly, yet it remained stubbornly shut. With a determined push, I rammed my shoulder against it, hoping to uncover what lay beyond. As the door creaked open, a strong, musty smell wafted out, causing me to cough. I retrieved my flashlight from my belt and directed its beam into the darkness beyond. The hallway was shrouded in shadows, the air thick with the scent of rotted wood. The floor beneath me was warped from moisture, and each step I took produced a soft squeak that echoed in the stillness. Boxes were haphazardly stacked against the walls. Some had collapsed, while others spilled soggy papers onto the floor. I approached one of the boxes and picked up a piece of paper, feeling its brittle texture. It contained notes about storage inventories, dates, and a few scribbles that eluded my understanding. As I brushed off the dust and set it aside, the faint light revealed old metal shelves lining one side of the hall. They stood empty save for a few rusty cans. I pressed forward, the flashlight beam dancing from wall to wall, until the corridor opened into a larger room with a high ceiling. There, I spotted what appeared to be a makeshift office. A desk cluttered with papers and a broken chair lying on its side. A small window near the ceiling allowed a sliver of orange light from the setting sun to spill in. The room was still and silent, and I could hear the soft rhythm of my own breathing echoing in the quiet. My neck and shoulders felt tight as I moved through the dimly lit room, a sense of unease creeping in. I couldn't shake the thought of those gray figures lurking just behind me, urging me to keep my pace steady. Carefully, I navigated around the fallen debris, remnants of a ceiling that had given way in one corner. My ears strained for any hint of movement, my heart racing in the silence. I placed my flashlight on the desk, its beam cutting through the darkness, and began to sift through the papers scattered before me. Most were mere receipts, logs, and hastily scribbled notes, their dates stretching back decades. Among them, I discovered references to shipments of building materials and whispers of local events long forgotten. In the village, whispers floated about house repairs, yet no one spoke of the significance of St. Mary's Memorial or the two faceless figures I had glimpsed outside. A noise broke the stillness behind me, a soft scrape or shuffle that sent a chill down my spine. I turned swiftly, flashlight in hand, casting its beam into the shadows. My mouth went dry as I faced the encroaching darkness, my heart racing in my chest. I held the flashlight tightly, knuckles white with tension, but the void remained unyielding. I stood there, frozen, for what felt like an eternity, taking shallow breaths, straining to hear any sound, but only silence answered me. In the stillness of the moment, a sense of unease settled around me. I had reached my limit with the building's oppressive atmosphere. Gathering a few papers, I hoped they might shed light on the mysteries that lingered within these walls. Before departing, I cast a quick glance at the shelves, my eyes landing on a small iron box perched high above. It was locked, and I knew better than to risk climbing on the warped bottom shelf to reach it. With a sigh, I left it behind, clutching my papers tightly as I made my way back down the dimly lit hallway. The moment I stepped onto the road again, a chill ran down my spine. As the sun began its descent, the last remnants of light slipped away, leaving a dull hue to the sky. The silhouettes of the houses took on a more ominous appearance in the encroaching twilight. I surveyed my surroundings, noting the stillness that enveloped the area. A silence so profound it sent a shiver down my spine. The hair on the back of my neck prickled with an unshakable sense of unease. Compelled by curiosity, I resolved to explore a few more houses before departing, hoping to ascertain the true state of St. Mary's Memorial. Approaching the nearest house, I noticed its modest fence encircling a small yard. The gate let out a soft creak as I pushed it open, and though the door stood closed, it was conspicuously missing its doorknob. I gently pushed the door, and it swung open with a soft creak. Inside, the living room lay empty, its walls adorned with water stains, while strips of paint hung loosely, revealing the aged plaster beneath. The air was thick with the scent of mold, a reminder of time's passage. In the corner, a pile of rags caught my eye, perhaps a makeshift bed for someone who had sought refuge here long ago. It felt like a ghost of St. Mary's Memorial. I then drifted into the kitchen area, where dust cloaked the counters, and an empty cabinet stood with its doors long gone. The sink, too, bore the marks of neglect, its faucet rusted and weary. As I stepped carefully across the creaking floor, I made my way to a back room, where darkness enveloped everything. I reached for my light, eager to unveil the secrets hidden within. With my flashlight in hand, I noticed the windows were boarded from the outside. A draft of cold air whispered through a small crack in the boards. My heart rate began to settle, as everything around me felt old and abandoned. I pondered whether those fleeting figures had been mere tricks of the light or if they were indeed real. Yet, a nagging feeling in my gut suggested that something was amiss. Resolute, I decided to gather whatever details I could before making my exit. Stepping outside once more, I approached another house across the street. The front door was locked, so I circled around and discovered a side window that had a loose latch. Bored, I pried it open just enough to take a look inside. It was pitch black, so I shone my flashlight. The beam illuminated a small room filled with scattered furniture. A couch stripped of its cushions, a broken table, and a chair lying on its side. An open door led to another room, but I couldn't see inside without venturing further. The thought of crawling into a space where I might find myself trapped or cornered made me uneasy, so I chose to pass on that. As I stepped away from the window, I thought I heard a whisper, a faint voice drifting from somewhere down the hall. As I walked down the street, a soft sound brushed against my ears, leaving me uncertain if it was merely the wind. My body tensed, and I strained to listen, but the sound had vanished. I checked my phone, hoping for a signal, but found none. The battery icon still showed some life, yet it offered little comfort without a connection. Glancing up at the darkening sky, I realized that daylight was slipping away. With a sigh, I turned to make my way back to my truck. Each step felt heavier, and I found myself glancing over my shoulder more often than not. My palms grew clammy, and my breath quickened, as if every boarded window along the way was silently observing my every move. The empty yard loomed before me, a shadowy expanse that seemed to conceal secrets of its own. I quickened my pace, eager to reach the safety of my truck before the night fully enveloped me. My heart raced, a steady thrum echoing in my ears, as memories of those two gray figures flickered in my mind. Their faceless forms haunted me. Were they truly human, or merely a trick of the light? I tried to dismiss the unsettling thoughts, convincing myself that it was merely the eerie ambience of the deserted town playing tricks on my imagination. Upon reaching my truck, I fumbled for my keys, tossing my notes onto the passenger seat. I cast one last glance at the road behind me, uncertain of what I hoped to find in the darkness. I thought I would see them again, standing in the middle of the street, staring at me, but the street was empty. I climbed in and started the engine. The sound of it felt comforting. My headlights lit up the houses as I turned the truck around. For a split second, I thought I saw a gray figure in the beam of my right headlight, but it could have been a shadow from a fence post. I didn't stop to check. I drove away, my hands tight on the wheel. The narrow road was bumpy, and the truck rattled as it moved over the uneven surface. The ground beneath me felt heavy as the sky deepened into darkness with each passing minute. I found myself glancing nervously in the rearview mirror, half expecting to catch a glimpse of something lurking behind. My mouth was parched, and my thoughts raced like shadows in the night. I longed to distance myself from that village, promising myself I would return when the sun was high, perhaps accompanied by others, so I wouldn't face it alone. For now, I had gathered enough details for a preliminary report. Empty houses with boarded-up windows, remnants of lives once lived, and that peculiar building filled with old paperwork. Yet I remained unsettled. As I pondered the iron box I had left on that shelf, a part of me was curious about its contents. Yet, the thought of lingering there any longer sent a shiver down my spine. I made my way to the main road, where the faint glow of streetlights beckoned me from the distance. My heart raced, but a sense of relief began to wash over me. I reassured myself that once I returned home, I would sort through the notes and uncover the mystery of who owned that forsaken property and why it had been abandoned. Perhaps there was a simple explanation for the entire village lying in desolation, waiting to be revealed. As I navigated through the unsettling landscape, zoning issues and economic collapse seemed trivial compared to the presence of those faceless figures, which defied any logical explanation I could muster. The lake to my left lay shrouded in darkness, its still waters disturbed only by the occasional gentle lapping at the shore. A fleeting glimpse of the moon's reflection danced upon the surface, a haunting reminder of the night. I recalled the earlier breeze, heavy with the scent of stagnant water, drifting through the desolate streets. It struck me then. There were no birds, no frogs to be heard near the lake. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, sending a shiver down my spine, raising the fine hairs on my neck. As I drove, a chill crept up my arm, tension coiling in my shoulders, and a dull ache settled in my lower back. I tightened my grip on the wheel, pressing the gas pedal down, eager to escape the unsettling area I had found myself in. The truck jolted along the uneven road, each bump a reminder of my urgency to leave. My headlights sliced through the darkness, illuminating nothing but vast, empty fields and the occasional silhouette of a tree. Every so often, I cast a wary glance in the rearview mirror, a sense of unease gnawing at me. Eventually, I found myself merging onto a more familiar road, where a solitary, dim streetlight flickered in the distance. I rolled down the window, seeking a breath of fresh air amidst the tension that lingered in the night. The cool breeze brushed against my face, a gentle reminder of the night surrounding me. Yet, relaxation eluded me as thoughts of those gray figures lingered in my mind. I found myself cycling through possibilities. Perhaps they were squatters clad in protective suits, or mere illusions conjured by the shadows. But the way they moved, the way they vanished without a trace, defied logic. Each attempt to rationalize the encounter twisted my stomach in knots. By the time I arrived at a small convenience store on the outskirts of the next town, I felt the weight of the night pressing down. I pulled over and parked, seeking a moment of respite from the unsettling thoughts that haunted me. Under the bright lights, a wave of relief washed over me as I sat there for a moment, allowing myself to breathe. My body felt drained, as if I had just run a marathon. I stepped out and stretched my legs, noticing a few moths fluttering around the overhead lamps. Yet, the image of those blank faces lingered in my mind. Rubbing my eyes, I checked my phone again. Still no service. Perhaps this area was simply a dead zone. I climbed back into the truck and stared through the windshield, the light above me buzzing softly. My gaze fell on the folder of papers resting on the passenger seat, a reminder of my boss waiting for my return. I wanted to prepare a thorough report, but how could I articulate the section regarding the figures without appearing unhinged? I resolved to stick to the facts. St. Mary's Memorial stood before me, its houses boarded up, devoid of any signs of life, save for a few tattered rags scattered about. The peculiar sightings would remain unmentioned for now, at least until I gathered more evidence. At that moment, all I yearned for was to return home and shake off the unsettling aura of that silent village. I turned the key once more, exited the parking lot, and made my way toward the highway. As I drove, my eyes kept drifting back to the shadows lurking at the edges of the road. The shadows danced along the roadside as I strained to catch any unusual sounds. Yet all that reached my ears was the gentle hum of my engine. Gradually, the tension in my shoulders began to dissipate, though the memory lingered, vivid and unsettling. A shower, a meal, and a restful night beckoned me, but uncertainty loomed. Would I be haunted by nightmares, or would sleep claim me from sheer fatigue? One thing remained etched in my mind. That village, with its boarded-up windows and the fleeting figures that vanished behind the wall. Their reality was uncertain, but the impression they left was undeniable. What I encountered lingered in my mind, an unsettling presence that vanished as quickly as it appeared. The atmosphere felt eerily vacant, as if St. Mary's Memorial held secrets meant to remain hidden. I reassured myself that a return in the light of day, accompanied by others, would bring clarity and a solid plan. Yet, a whisper of doubt crept in, questioning my desire to revisit that place. The haunting image of those vacant faces and shadowy forms etched themselves into my memory, defying any rational explanation I could conjure. The journey home stretched on, the weight of silence enveloping me, pressing against my ears like a heavy fog that refused to lift. There's a certain stillness in the air, a quiet that wraps around the old building with its thick walls and narrow corridors. Most tenants, like shadows, keep to themselves, and I've always found comfort in that solitude. For a time, I believed the most unsettling aspect of my home was the erratic plumbing or the flickering lights that danced in the hallways. But then, as the night deepened, I began to hear something else. It wasn't the usual creaks or clanks of an aging structure. No, these sounds were different. They were low and rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat, pulsing through the very floors beneath me, especially around 3 in the morning. At first, I tried to dismiss it, to ignore the unsettling rhythm that echoed in the silence, but it grew harder to do so as the nights wore on. There was a peculiar sensation creeping beneath my skin, as if unseen eyes were upon me, even in the solitude of my living room. Just 2 nights ago, I reached a breaking point. Sleep eluded me, and curiosity gnawed at my mind regarding the mysterious sounds emanating from the underground archives. It's a place seldom mentioned by the locals, one I had always steered clear of. Yet, at the witching hour of 3 in the morning, half dazed and irked, I gathered my flashlight and keys, making my way to the door of the underground archives. I'm just an ordinary fellow, 35 years old and a tad taller than most, but that night, I felt anything but typical. I find myself uneasy with the eerie and the unknown, and ghost stories are not my preference. Yet, on that particular night, the sound was impossible to dismiss. It resonated like a steady thump-thump, akin to a distant drum echoing through the air. Initially, I suspected some machinery was at fault, but a deeper instinct whispered that it felt more alive than mechanical. The staircase leading to the underground archives lies behind a simple metal door, tucked away near the elevator. Typically, that door remains locked, but I possess a key, as each tenant is entrusted with one, though most tend to misplace theirs. They often forget what lies hidden away, tucked into the forgotten corners of their homes. I stumbled upon mine, resting quietly in the depths of a kitchen drawer. As I pulled it open, the door let out a soft creak, and the air that wafted from the corridor carried a scent of neglect. With my flashlight in hand, I directed its beam into the shadows, revealing a narrow staircase that descended into the unknown. The walls of that stairwell bore the scars of time, with chipped paint and small fragments missing, as if the very structure was whispering secrets. The sounds grew more pronounced there, a muffled rhythm that sent a shiver down my spine. I felt compelled to close the door behind me, unable to bear the thought of leaving it ajar, inviting whatever might dwell in the darkness to escape. It was a peculiar sensation, standing there with the only exit behind me, yet the thought of leaving that door ajar sent a shiver down my spine. As I took my first step down, my foot slipped slightly on something slick. Curiosity drew me closer, and I brushed my fingertips along the stair, feeling its dampness, as if it were exhaling a breath of its own. The musty scent of mold and stagnant water assaulted my senses, causing me to cough and hastily cover my mouth. I proceeded with caution, each step deliberate, my flashlight flickering as my hand trembled with uncertainty. The further I descended, the thicker the air grew, wrapping around me like a heavy blanket, the moisture clinging to my skin, whispering secrets of the darkness below. My shirt clung to my back as I descended, the sound of water dripping echoed from somewhere below, a steady tap against the concrete floor. That rhythmic sound, familiar from my apartment, seemed to resonate through the walls surrounding me. Upon reaching the bottom of the stairs, I found myself in a hallway that stretched endlessly in both directions. The walls appeared grimy, with dark green moss creeping across them in thick patches, while wet spots glimmered under the beam of my flashlight. The floor was slick, urging me to tread carefully to avoid a slip. I chose to turn left, drawn by an unseen pull. The sound of a heartbeat echoed in the stillness, growing louder as I ventured deeper. My flashlight flickered, and I gave it a gentle tap, anxious it might fail me in this darkened corridor. The lights were long gone, leaving me in shadows, with closed doors lining both sides. Some were crafted from aged wood, while others bore the coldness of metal, their doorknobs rusted and weary. A few doors stood slightly ajar, yet no breeze whispered through. Only silence enveloped me, broken by the soft patter of my footsteps and the distant drip of water. That steady thump reverberated through the walls, urging me onward. Then, at shoulder height, I noticed something on the wall, handprints, lingering like a memory of those who had come before. Clear outlines in the wet moss caught my eye, and I held my flashlight closer. The handprints appeared to be about the same size as mine, fingers spread wide. I reached out to touch one, feeling the slimy texture of the moss beneath my fingertips. When I withdrew my hand, it was coated in a green residue, which I hastily wiped on my jeans. The sight of those prints made my chest tighten. They were spaced out every few feet, as if someone had placed their palms along the wall, step by step. My heart raced, almost in sync with the unsettling noise around me. It sent a shiver down my spine, but I reassured myself that it was merely the tension playing tricks on my mind. With each thump of my pulse, my chest seemed to echo in response. I continued my walk, glancing at the doors to see if any were ajar. Most were locked, some secured with metal bars or old padlocks, their rust telling tales of time. A few doors bore chipped paint, the lettering faded into obscurity, leaving me to wonder what secrets they once held. At last, I reached the end of the hallway, which opened into a larger space. My flashlight illuminated a wide room with a low ceiling, its concrete walls draped in thick moss, creating an atmosphere both eerie and enchanting. Floor that shifted beneath my feet, with puddles of murky water reflecting the dim light. The air was heavy, thick with the scent of dampness that clung to my tongue. In that room, the rhythmic noise grew stronger, emanating from somewhere beyond the back wall. A steady pulse, like a slow, forceful heartbeat. I scanned the space, taking in the old storage boxes stacked precariously against one wall, their cardboard crumbling and marked with dark stains. Metal shelves loomed nearby, holding tools that seemed to belong to another time. A rusted hammer, a twisted screwdriver, and a few tattered rags. Everything had a story to tell, if only the walls could speak. In the dim light, a layer of mildew hung in the air, its scent reminiscent of a soaked underground archives after a flood, yet somehow more oppressive. The atmosphere was thick and stagnant, as if these doors had remained closed for decades. As I ventured deeper into the room, my foot met a small puddle, the cold water seeping into my sneaker, making my toes curl in discomfort. I gritted my teeth against the chill. The sound of dripping water echoed ominously, each drop creating a slight ripple on the floor. I moved cautiously past the shelves, careful not to disturb them, my flashlight beam sweeping across the far corners, revealing shadows that danced just out of reach. In the dim light, I noticed a doorway, its entrance partially obscured by a fallen shelf. It seemed as though someone had attempted to clear the path but had lost the will to continue. With careful steps, I approached the obstructed entrance, mindful of the slick floor beneath me. The rhythmic sound, almost like a heartbeat, echoed from within. I pressed against the shelf, but it resisted, heavy with moisture and debris. Summoning my strength, I pushed once more, the metal groaning against the concrete. At last, I created a narrow opening, just enough to slip through, my clothes brushing against the dampness that lingered in the air. Metal, and I felt a gritty texture against my arm. The doorway led into a narrow, tunnel-like corridor, where the walls pressed in closer, causing my shoulders to brush against the damp concrete. If I turned too far to either side, the sound grew much louder, a powerful thump that made the floor vibrate beneath my feet. The hallway stretched into pitch blackness beyond the reach of my flashlight's beam. My breathing quickened, and I could feel the sweat forming on my forehead. An urge to turn back washed over me, to pretend I had never heard anything, but that sound seemed to beckon me forward. As I moved ahead, a gentle pull urged me on. After perhaps 30 steps, I stumbled upon a small chamber. The walls, marked by deep cracks, wept thin streams of water. The floor, a murky pool, reached up to my ankles, and my flashlight cast a shimmering light over the surface, revealing clusters of algae and shattered tiles beneath. Handprints adorned the walls, all at a similar height, some overlapping, as if pressed in moments long past. My name reverberated softly through the stillness of the space. It wasn't loud, yet it held a distinct clarity that made me freeze in place. I aimed the flashlight around, hoping to catch any flicker of movement. My voice trembled as I called out, repeating my own name, as if that would reassure me that I had truly heard what I thought. For a moment, silence enveloped me, but then it came again, a soft whisper, echoing off the damp walls. A chill of anxiety crept up my spine, tightening my stomach. I took a few cautious steps, shining my light around the room, but found no one there. The only sight that greeted me was a distant wall, marked with several holes, likely remnants of drainage or old pipes. The pulsing sound enveloped me, as if it were coming from every direction. My flashlight flickered once more, and in a moment of desperation, I smacked it against my palm. Then, a movement caught my eye in the corner. I quickly directed the light that way, but all I found was the dampness of the concrete. My name echoed again, so close it sent a chill down my spine. I found myself speaking softly, urging whatever presence lingered to reveal itself. I had no plan for what might emerge, yet the fear of silence compelled me to speak. My heartbeat pounded in my ears, and my breath came in shallow gasps. The handprints on the wall drew my attention, a haunting reminder of what might be lurking in the shadows. Once more, I found my attention drawn to the prints before me. Some bore deeper impressions, as if the hands that pressed them had done so with a certain urgency. The shapes mirrored my own, yet the thought of someone pressing their palms into that slimy moss sent a shiver down my spine. I hesitated, aligning my hand with one of the prints, and to my dismay, it matched almost perfectly. A sudden jolt of fear surged through me, and I quickly withdrew my hand, feeling my chest tighten. Then, I heard my name whispered for the fourth time, the sound creeping in close, like a warm breath against my ear. I spun around, nearly losing my footing in the muddy water beneath me. The beam of my flashlight danced erratically across the damp walls, yet no figure emerged from the shadows. I called out, my voice reverberating through the stillness, mingling with the sound of dripping water and that unsettling pulse. My eyes scanned the chamber, searching for any sign of life, but all I found were the cracks in the walls, the creeping moss, and the puddles that reflected the dim light. Anxiety gripped me tightly. The urge to flee was overwhelming. I turned back toward the corridor I had come from, but then the pulsing ceased, plunging me into a heavy silence. I stood frozen, my breath hitching in my throat, waiting for the next sound to break the stillness. In the stillness of the night, a noise broke the silence, a slow scrape against the wall behind me. I turned once more, yet nothing met my gaze. My name echoed softly, trailing off into the quiet. I inched backward, my flashlight cutting through the darkness ahead. My thoughts tangled, a whisper of doubt creeping in, while my instincts urged me to flee. The water splashed around my ankles, and then something brushed against my leg. I jumped, swinging the flashlight, only to catch a glimpse of a piece of mossy debris floating by. It dawned on me then that I was trembling, my arms feeling weak and unsteady. My knees trembled, threatening to give way, yet I compelled myself to move through the narrow corridor. With each step, I glanced back, half anticipating a figure to emerge from the shadows. The pulsing sound had faded into silence, leaving only the squelch of my footsteps and the rhythmic drip of water. My breath resonated in the stillness. Upon reaching the obstructed doorway, I maneuvered past the shelves, a jagged edge snagging my jacket sleeve and leaving a small tear. I muttered a curse, but pressed on, crossing the expansive room with urgency beneath its low ceiling. The flashlight flickered, and I hoped it wouldn't fail me now. My footprints marked the wet floor behind, but I dared not pause to study them. The taste of adrenaline and fear lingered bitterly in my mouth, my thoughts consumed by a singular focus, returning upstairs. As I stepped into the hallway lined with locked doors, fresh handprints caught my eye, still glistening as if they had just been pressed against the walls. A chill ran through me, but I pressed on, disregarding the noise of my hurried steps. I stumbled on the slick surface, yet I continued forward, driven by an urgent need to escape. As I steadied myself against the wall, I tried to ignore the slimy texture beneath my fingers. My heart raced, and my breath came in quick bursts. Climbing the stairs felt like running a marathon. My legs were heavy, and my lungs burned from the stale air that surrounded me. When I finally reached the metal door, I fumbled with my keys, my hands shaking so violently that I dropped them. The sound echoed harshly in the stairwell. I quickly retrieved the keys, found the right one, and twisted it into the lock. With a push, the door swung open, and I slipped through, slamming it shut behind me. I paused, standing in the corridor by the elevator. I found myself breathing hard, my clothes damp in places, carrying the scent of moss and stale water. The flashlight remained in my hand, though it was off now, and my finger trembled on the switch. My entire body felt electrified as I glanced around, half expecting that pulsating sound to return, but all was quiet. The hallway lights flickered dimly, and a wave of relief washed over me at the sight of something familiar. I made my way to my apartment, locked the door behind me, and tossed the flashlight onto the couch. My nerves were frayed, and I leaned against the wall, seeking solace in the stillness around me. As I focused on steadying my breath, the refrigerator's gentle hum filled the silence, while the clock on the wall ticked toward the early hours of the morning. I strained to hear any sounds from below, but all that reached my ears was the soft murmur of the building's aging electricity. Yet, my mind lingered on the underground archives, the echo of my name lingering in the shadows. I glanced at my arms and legs, noticing the grime that clung to my skin and a small cut on my elbow. With warm water and soap, I washed it away, trying to push aside the haunting images that danced in my thoughts. Concerned about the possibility of infection from that murky water, I took my time to dry it carefully and apply a bandage. Then, I made my way to my bedroom, settling on the edge of my bed without bothering to change out of my jeans or jacket. The windows faced the street, allowing me to catch a glimpse of the faint glow from the streetlights. I remained there, listening intently, waiting for any sign of that unsettling pulse to return. It never did. Eventually, exhaustion took hold, and sleep eluded me for the rest of the night. The following day, I attempted to maintain a facade of normalcy, but something felt amiss, lingering in my thoughts. Those mossy walls, the footprints in the muddy water, the blocked doorway, and the way my name echoed in the dark. It's all a mystery to me. I can't quite grasp how it all unfolded, nor do I know what I anticipated discovering there. Yet, one thing is certain. I have no intention of returning anytime soon. Something from the depths seemed to beckon me, and I answered, only to be met with a cascade of unanswered questions. I've been attuned to that unsettling noise once more, but so far silence reigns. Still, I find myself on edge, the key to the underground archives resting in my pocket, a constant reminder of my dilemma, whether to cast it aside or to keep it close. As I settle into my evening, I remain vigilant, prepared for the possibility that the pulsing sound may return. For now, I cling to my routine, raising the TV volume to drown out the silence and leaving a lamp aglow in the living room. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingers, as if the underground archives still has a tale to tell me. If that steady thump-thump echoes through the night once more, I wonder if I will possess the bravery to turn a blind eye. The moment I heard that voice near my boat, a surge of adrenaline coursed through me. After days at sea, where the only company was the gentle lapping of water against the hull, the quiet had been my only companion. The gentle lapping of the water against the hull and the soft echo of my own footsteps on the deck filled the air, when suddenly that humming began. It seemed to rise from the very surface of the water, yet no one was in sight. My heart raced, and my eyes scanned the waves, searching for any sign of life. I was alone out there, or so I thought, until that eerie sound shattered the stillness. I had been fishing in a modest single-engine craft, borrowed from a friend. It was nothing extravagant, just a white boat with chipped paint along the sides and a narrow cabin that held a. In a small boat, there was a table and some storage space, and though the engine sputtered occasionally, it was reliable enough to carry me into the deeper waters. I had gathered enough supplies to last a week, having navigated this route many times before. I would spend a few days away from the shore, catching what I could, and return with a decent haul. Usually, I found solace in the isolation. The calmness of the sea was a welcome escape from the crowds. The only companions were the fish, a few birds, and perhaps a whale in the distance. Yet, on that particular evening, the ocean felt different. Earlier that day, I had risen with a sense of unease. Before dawn, a gentle ache settled in my back, the narrow bunk and worn mattress offering little comfort. I stretched my legs, absent-mindedly scratching at my stubbled chin, and made my way up to check my lines. The water lay dark and still, yet silver reflections danced upon its surface with each wave that rose under the moonlight. I pulled in a modest catch, mostly mackerel, along with a couple of larger fish that put up a spirited fight. As I gutted them and stored them in ice, the familiar routine brought a sense of calm, allowing my mind to wander. I found myself gazing at the horizon, where everything appeared undisturbed. By midday, a peculiar feeling began to creep in. The sun beat down relentlessly, its warmth enveloping me as sweat trickled down my forehead. I reached for my well-worn baseball cap, a simple shield against the blinding rays. Despite sipping water, my throat remained parched, a reminder of the heat surrounding me. With the engine silenced, the boat gently drifted, allowing me a moment of stillness. I often found solace in turning off the engine, letting the soft lapping of water guide my thoughts as I pondered my next steps. The day ambled on, languid and slow, until the late afternoon arrived. As the sun began its descent, the sky transformed into a canvas of orange hues. The air remained warm, yet the shifting light cast long shadows, hinting at the mysteries that lay ahead. Stretched across the deck, I noticed the wind had died down. The air was thick, and my shirt clung to my chest. That's when I first heard it, the humming. It was faint at first, almost like a low whistle. I looked up, thinking perhaps a breeze had kicked up, but there was no wind. The ocean surface lay calm. The humming began and then stopped. I stood up and leaned over the side of the boat, searching for the source, but I saw nothing. I figured maybe it was an echo of my own thoughts, a trick of solitude after days alone, where sometimes you hear your own voice in the silence. As I sat there, the stillness of the night enveloped me, and I found myself lost in thought. I shrugged off the unease and returned to reviewing my lines. Suddenly, a sound pierced the silence, a soft humming, almost melodic, whispering right behind me. I turned quickly, but the only thing I saw was the vast expanse of water. My heart raced as I scanned the horizon, searching for any sign of life. There was nothing, no ship, no raft, no other soul in sight. I called out, "Hello? Is anyone there?" But the only reply was the echo of my own voice. A small wave lapped against the hull, causing the boat to sway gently. I took a deep breath, trying to steady myself, and focused on something practical. It seemed wise to pull up my anchor and reposition, perhaps to set up for the night ahead. Somewhere distant, before I could take a step, the humming began anew, stronger this time, almost resembling a song. The voice was soft, undeniably human, yet the words eluded me, merely a melodic hum, rising and falling, repeating a few notes. I clenched my jaw, feeling a tightness in my chest as I scanned the horizon, anticipating a figure to emerge from behind a wave. But nothing appeared. I reached for my binoculars, sweeping the surroundings, yet there was not a single ship in sight, nor even a seagull. In that moment, it felt as though the very sea was humming to itself, a haunting melody echoing in the stillness. There are tales that drift across the stillness of open water, where strange sounds emerge from the depths of night. It's curious how certain currents or gentle wind patterns can conjure noises, even when the air hangs heavy and the water lies undisturbed. A knot formed in my stomach as I pondered this mystery. I chose to shift my position, hoping the sound would not follow. With a turn of the engine, I moved the boat about 50 yards, and for a fleeting moment, the humming receded, allowing me a breath of relief. I reassured myself that it was merely a trick of my imagination. But then, as if summoned by the darkness, the sound returned, louder this time, sending a chill through my hand. As I gripped the wheel, a tremor coursed through my hands. The sound, elusive and haunting, danced around me, first to the left, then behind, and finally to the right. An unsettling sensation crept over me, a chill that belied the warmth of the night. Goosebumps prickled my arms, and a shiver traced its way down my spine, as if an unseen presence were whispering cold air against my neck, despite the thick, warm atmosphere outside. I fought to mask my unease, even in the solitude of the moment, and turned my attention to the tasks before me, seeking refuge in the mundane. I took a moment to ensure everything was in order: the engine temperature, the fuel gauge, and the fish storage. My hands felt clammy against the gear shift, and the gentle hum of the engine would fade in and out, echoing in the stillness. A throbbing sensation began to pulse in my head, and my mouth felt parched, each swallow a reminder of my unease. The urge to call out lingered, but I hesitated, pondering what might answer me. As the sun dipped below the horizon, I found myself drenched in sweat, the orange light spilling across the sky, casting a warm glow on the water, which shimmered with a dark, rusty hue. It was then that I resolved to drop anchor for the night. As night enveloped the world, I found myself reluctant to drive through the shadows, a sense of unease creeping in. I dropped the anchor and silenced the engine, the gentle hum fading into an eerie stillness. My ears began to ring, a stark reminder of the quiet that surrounded me. I compelled myself to nibble on some crackers and canned tuna, though the flavors eluded me. My jaw remained tense, and my tongue felt heavy. I swallowed the food and sipped some water, yet the meal did little to soothe my fraying nerves. As darkness deepened, the stars emerged, usually a source of comfort, guiding me through the night should my instruments fail me. But this time they felt distant, and the sky seemed larger than usual. The boat creaked softly as it swayed in gentle waves. I scanned the horizon once more. Still no lights, no other boats. I adjusted my radio to different channels, listening for any chatter, but it was only static and occasional faint signals I couldn't decipher. I switched it off and sat quietly in the cabin, trying to breathe slowly. The inside of the boat felt cramped, and the single light bulb above my head buzzed incessantly. Feeling claustrophobic, I stepped outside to catch some fresh air. That's when I heard. The humming returned, this time echoing from behind the boat. I turned swiftly, my heart pounding in my ears. Approaching the railing, I leaned over and peered into the water below. It was dark, only faintly illuminated by the moonlight's reflection. My breath quickened, and I struggled to steady myself, inhaling deeply through my nose and exhaling slowly through my mouth. Clutching the railing tightly, I whispered to myself, "Stop. This isn't real." Yet the melody only grew, a soft and haunting tune that lingered in the night. It was impossible to ignore. Something shifted to my left, then to my right, and my head spun with unease. A stab of panic pierced my chest as I imagined the possibility of someone lurking beneath the surface, playing tricks on me. Yet, how could they remain concealed? There were no splashes, no shadows. The water appeared eerily empty. I began to pace across the deck, my stomach churning, my eyes burning from the strain of staring into the darkness. Sweat trickled down my forehead, and I wiped it away, only for it to return. I reached for my flashlight and directed its beam across the surface, catching glimpses of little specks of foam dancing in the light. Small ripples danced across the water, yet there was no silhouette, no hand, no face to be seen. The humming continued, a haunting melody that wrapped around me. My breathing grew heavier, and my mind raced with thoughts. Was the sound echoing from within my own head? I recalled tales of isolation playing tricks on the senses, but this felt undeniably real. I was convinced the sound originated from outside my boat. Sleep eluded me that night. I lay in my bunk, but each time I began to drift into slumber, the humming would return, jolting me awake. My heart pounded against my ribs, my throat felt raw, and every muscle in my body was taut with tension. As I lay there, a sense of paranoia crept over me, as if unseen eyes were fixed upon my every move. I imagined a shadowy figure hovering near the boat, waiting patiently for me to surrender to slumber. I sat up, my heart racing, and fiddled with the radio once more, but silence greeted me. I turned it off and listened to the soothing rhythm of the waves gently lapping against the hull for what felt like an eternity. The hum of the night faded, and I dared to close my eyes for a fleeting moment, though true relaxation eluded me. When dawn broke, I ventured onto the deck, my legs trembling beneath me, a headache throbbing from my restless night. The morning light typically brought clarity, Yet unease lingered in the air as I prepared to start the engine and set off once more. In a different area, perhaps the water would behave differently, or maybe I'd catch a stronger radio signal. The boat rumbled to life and I steered east. The sea had a light chop, and the sun peaked above the horizon, casting its glow on the waves. First, it appeared peaceful. But then, I heard it again, the same melody, the same pattern. It sounded closer this time, as if it were right beside the boat. My chest tightened, my right hand gripped the wheel, and my knuckles turned white. I looked down at the water, but I couldn't see any shape or shadow, just foam streaming past the hull. My breath became uneven, a wave of unease washing over me. I pressed the accelerator, the engine responding with a growl as I sped ahead. The sound of the humming rose in pitch, as if it were trying to keep pace with me. For a solid hour, I drove, the scent of gasoline swirling around me, the engine's roar echoing in my ears. The wind whipped against my face, and my shirt danced wildly in the breeze. Eventually, I eased off the throttle to consult my compass. To my surprise, I realized I had ventured much farther from my intended destination than I had anticipated. The humming had faded into silence. Once more, the tension lingered, wrapping around me like a heavy fog. My hands were slick with sweat, and my heart raced, refusing to calm. Seeking solace, I turned to the familiar rhythm of routine, setting up my fishing gear in this new spot. I tried to push away the haunting echoes of that sound, casting my lines into the still water. With my eyes fixed on the surface, I waited patiently. When the line twitched, I reeled in a decent catch, its body flopping on the deck. I cleaned it with practiced ease and placed it in the cooler. For a few moments, I found refuge in these ordinary tasks, feeling a sense of normalcy wash over me. Breathing slowly, I felt my stomach relax as I sipped more water and nibbled on a protein bar. My focus returned, and I continued fishing for another hour. Just as a sense of calm washed over me, that voice drifted across the surface, starting from behind. My head snapped around, and I nearly dropped my fishing rod. My heart skipped a beat, and I stumbled over my own feet, causing the boat to rock with the sudden movement. The sound of my heartbeat thundered in my ears, my throat tightened, and I let out a shaky breath. I tried to convince myself it was just a strange echo or perhaps a radio channel playing tricks on me. Though I tried to ignore it, the radio's voice wrapped around me like a familiar shroud, echoing the unsettling whispers of the past. My hands quivered as I set the rod aside, moving cautiously to the bow. The bright daylight offered a false sense of security as I scanned the horizon, yet the vast expanse remained desolate. Only a few small waves danced upon the surface. No dolphins, no seals, no swimmers to break the eerie silence. The melody grew more distinct, sending a shiver down my spine, and I felt the prickling of goosebumps once more. I could almost sense the source, but each time I turned, it seemed to elude me, leaving me feeling ensnared in the open water, a solitary figure in a haunting stillness. Cornered by that noise, my eyes stung, and I longed to blink away the tension. My shoulders ached, and my heart thumped so hard that my chest hurt. I rubbed my face with my palms, trying to snap myself out of it. Then, I took a step back, forced some air into my lungs, and grabbed the wheel. I was done with that area. I didn't care about the catch anymore. I just wanted out. I decided to head back to shore, even though I didn't have as many fish as I'd wanted. The engine roared again, and I turned the boat toward home, the humming echoing in the stillness around me. For a few minutes, it lingered, drifting in and out of reach, as if it were woven into the very air around me. After what felt like an eternity, perhaps 20 minutes, it faded away, leaving my mind still buzzing with the echo of that sound. I turned my gaze toward the horizon, searching for the delicate line of the coast. When at last I spotted land in the distance, a sense of relief washed over me, loosening the tension in my muscles. I cast a glance back at the water behind me. The sea appeared calm, a vast expanse of blue. Yet, I couldn't shake the feeling that the voice might have been something more than mere imagination. As I navigated the waters, a sense of unease crept over me, urging me to escape whatever might be lurking behind. I focused my gaze ahead, determined not to glance back. My breathing began to steady, and the fog in my mind slowly lifted, though my tongue felt parched and sweat trickled down my neck. Soon, I spotted other fishing boats dotting the coastline, their silhouettes a welcome sight. The engine of my boat rattled as I pushed it to gain speed, gliding past a few vessels without a wave or a word. All I yearned for was to reach the dock, to stand on solid ground and allow my racing heart to find its rhythm once more. Finally, upon arriving at the marina, I secured the boat, feeling a sense of relief wash over me. As I stepped onto the pier, I inhaled deeply, finding a moment of stability in the world around me. Yet, the tension in my chest lingered, refusing to fade. I unloaded my catch, gathered my gear, and settled into the driver's seat of my truck, allowing myself a moment of stillness. My hands trembled slightly, and a bead of sweat formed on my forehead. The haunting melody echoed in my mind, though the docks were empty, save for the distant cries of seagulls. As I drove away, a profound exhaustion enveloped me, more profound than any fatigue from a typical fishing trip. I was left wondering if I had lost my grip on reality, or if something truly had whispered to me in the shadows of the night. There was someone out there, but I knew I wasn't ready to return just yet. All I craved was a shower, a cold drink, and a peaceful night away from the water. As I pulled up to that cabin, a stale sense of relief mingled with curiosity washed over me. I had anticipated a quiet retreat, yet the heavy stillness enveloping the place took me by surprise. No other cars were in sight, no other souls stirred nearby, and the only sound that reached my ears was the distant rustling of the trees. The wooden exterior appeared old and slightly warped, with windows gazing out over the lake on one side, while the other side revealed a small. On the porch, a solitary rocking chair swayed gently, and the world around me seemed to hush, as if the wind itself chose to tread lightly, avoiding the rustle of leaves. As I emerged from my rental car, I let my bag fall to the ground and made my way directly to the lake, eager to witness its tranquil waters before retreating into the cabin. The lake lay still, adorned with only the softest of ripples, and the cabin's reflection stretched across the surface. Yet there was something unsettling about it. I leaned in closer, my shoes resting at the very edge of the grass, where the earth met the water's embrace. As I approached the rocky bank, my gaze fell upon the reflection, where windows appeared in positions that defied reality. I took a cautious step to the side, hoping to clarify the oddity, but it was clear that my perspective was not to blame. In the reflection, closed shutters loomed, yet the cabin stood bare of such coverings. A thin wisp of smoke spiraled upward from the roof in the mirror's image, while the chimney of the actual cabin remained dark and lifeless. An unsettling feeling settled in my stomach, a dull pressure beginning to form within me. My chest tightened as I felt my heartbeat quicken. I lingered there for a moment, my gaze fixed on the water, which lay unnaturally still, as if it were holding its breath. A chill crept up the back of my neck, like a sudden breeze, though no wind stirred the air around me. It was perplexing. I chose to step back, unloading my bag as I made my way to the porch. I pushed the cabin door open and cast a fleeting glance inside. The interior was modest, featuring a small living room with an old couch and a coffee table, a fireplace on the opposite wall, and a tiny kitchen tucked away to one side. The bedroom door rested slightly ajar on the left, and the air was thick with the scent of aged wood and lingering stillness. I reached for the light switch, and a faint buzz accompanied the flicker of a dim ceiling lamp. The floor groaned softly beneath my steps, and while everything appeared ordinary, an unsettling sensation clung to me, a remnant of that fleeting reflection. I let my duffel bag tumble onto the couch and rubbed my arms, a shiver coursing through me despite the mildness of the air. Moving toward the fireplace, I inspected the old stack of logs, noting their dampness, and decided it was best to leave them be. As I stood there, a sense of stillness enveloped me. The quiet was almost palpable, so I decided to break it by turning on the kitchen faucet, listening to the gentle trickle of water. For a moment, the water flowed brown, a reminder of the unseen depths, before it cleared, a small comfort in the silence. I made my way to the bedroom, where the thin sheets whispered secrets of their own, and a musty scent lingered in the air. I opened the window, letting in the late afternoon light that danced upon the tree line. The lake shimmered below, reflecting the cabin's silhouette, and I leaned over the window sill, drawn into the tranquil yet eerie beauty of the scene before me. For a fleeting moment, the reflection appeared ordinary, but then my gaze was drawn to something lurking in the window across the way. A shadow, as if someone were passing by. A chill ran through me, and I pressed my knuckles against the sill, my mouth suddenly parched. I stepped back from the window, retreating to the living room, where I felt the urge to open the front door, to breathe in the night air and reassure myself that nothing was amiss outside. The sun dipped lower, the sky beginning to darken. I reached for a bottle of water from my bag and took a few calming sips. In an effort to soothe my restless spirit, I found my body tense and my breath shallow. My gaze fell upon the rocking chair on the porch, and I settled into it, seeking a moment of tranquility. The chair creaked softly beneath me as I turned my attention to the lake, wondering if that peculiar reflection would reveal itself once more. The water's surface had deepened in hue, yet the outline of the cabin remained visible, its windows appearing closed in the reflection, despite the reality of the bedroom and living room windows being wide open. A sense of unease began to creep in. Goosebumps danced upon my arms as I pondered whether to close all the windows. Perhaps it was best to ignore the unsettling feeling, yet each glance at my reflection twisted my stomach in knots. I rose and retreated indoors, securing the bedroom window and the living room window with care. The doors, too, were locked, the heavy click of the locks offering a fleeting sense of safety. Night descended more swiftly than I had anticipated. I glanced at my phone, no service. My eyes fell upon a small radio resting on the shelf in the living room. I attempted to turn it on. It crackled, but no sound emerged to break the silence. In the stillness of the evening, I set aside my tasks and sought nourishment. A few canned goods caught my eye in the cupboard, and I decided to warm a can of soup on the old gas stove. The flame danced weakly, flickering with each gentle shift of the pot. As the soup began to warm, I wandered to the window, drawn by the night outside. The lake appeared almost black, a vast expanse of shadow, yet in its center, a faint glimmer caught my attention. It resembled a light, small and dim, pulling me into its mystery. For a moment, the soup faded from my mind as I leaned over the sink, captivated, trying to discern if a boat lingered in the darkness. There, the light remained still upon the water, fixed in the very spot where the cabin's reflection would dance. It resembled a solitary lamp glowing softly behind a window, yet it floated in the heart of the lake. My heartbeat quickened, thudding against my chest, and my palm grew damp as I clutched the counter, holding my breath in anticipation. Suddenly, the stove emitted a sharp pop, causing me to startle. Realizing the soup was on the verge of boiling over, I swiftly extinguished the flame. I ladled some into a small bowl and settled at the modest kitchen table, keeping the overhead light off, hoping to catch a glimpse of what lay beyond. As I gazed out over the lake, my eyes began to adjust, revealing a faint, unwavering glow upon the water's surface. It was a steady light, never flickering, never shifting. I took quick, shallow breaths as I ate my soup, each spoonful tasting bland, my thoughts consumed by that mysterious glow. I couldn't shake the memory of the reflection from earlier, which seemed so out of place compared to the cabin. A tightness settled in my stomach after I finished the soup, and I left the bowl in the sink, reaching for a flashlight from my bag. Stepping out onto the porch, I felt the chill of the night air wrap around me, accompanied by a whispering wind. It was almost silent, the flashlight casting a narrow beam across the ground, illuminating the path that led to the lake. I took a few careful steps forward, remaining on the dirt path until I stood just a few feet from the water's edge. There, about 30 yards out on the water, a glow appeared, hovering at the height of a window, as if it belonged to a cabin that was nowhere to be found. Just water surrounded me. An urge to call out stirred within me, yet I hesitated, uncertain of who or what I might summon. My mouth felt too dry to utter a sound, so I simply pointed the flashlight toward the mysterious light. The flashlight swept across the lake, its beams slicing through the darkness, yet revealing only the inky depths of the water. The light seemed to float, detached from the world around it, as if it belonged to another realm. My legs trembled, and my breath quickened, urging me to retreat. I turned back to the cabin, securing the door behind me and flooding the space with the warm glow of every light. The living room, kitchen, and bedroom all bathed in a soft, yellow hue. I stood in the middle of the living room, the gentle hum of the overhead bulb filling the silence, and the atmosphere felt thick with an unspoken tension. As I settled into the space, a sense of claustrophobia crept over me. The bright lights only heightened my unease, so I decided to turn them off, leaving just the soft glow of the living room lamp. I sank into the couch, attempting to find some comfort. Yet, every few moments, a faint dripping sound reached my ears, echoing from outside. It was a delicate noise, perhaps water trickling from the roof or a nearby tree. My senses sharpened, and I became acutely aware of the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen, the subtle squeak of the couch cushions as I shifted, and the unsettling feeling that the cabin walls were thinner than I wished, as if they could barely contain the night beyond. There was a moment when the darkness seemed to press in from outside, a heavy presence that lingered in the air. I must have dozed off, for I awoke with a start, realizing my head had sagged back and my eyes had fluttered shut. Instinctively, I turned to the windows, reassured to find them still shut, every lock in place. My phone caught my attention. The time had slipped past twilight, the battery at 50%, yet there was no signal to be found. A sense of unease washed over me as I rose, compelled to check outside once more. I reached for the flashlight, the cool metal grounding me as I slowly opened the door. A gentle wind caressed my face as I stepped onto the porch, the beam of light cutting through the encroaching shadows beyond. The reflection on the lake had changed. The faint glow that once danced upon the surface was gone. Instead, I noticed something unsettling. The reflection seemed to draw nearer to the shore, a notion that defied reason. A tightness gripped my throat as I swallowed hard, my heart beginning to race. With hesitant steps, I left the porch and approached the water, my arms stiff and the hair on the back of my neck prickling with unease. Tension coiled within me, my shoulders aching under its weight. When I reached the water's edge, I aimed the flashlight into the stillness. The cabin's reflection lingered, eerily close, as if it were beckoning me into the depths of the night. I felt as though I could reach out and touch it. The windows in the reflection glowed warmly, yet the cabin behind me was shrouded in darkness, save for a single light flickering in the living room. It was puzzling. I turned to verify, and indeed, the cabin was mostly dark, illuminated only by that solitary lamp. Yet the reflection revealed a scene of multiple lights, and I could discern the outlines of closed shutters. I noticed wisps of faint smoke curling up from the chimney in that reflection, while the Rayal chimney stood cold against the starry sky. My breathing quickened, and a sense of unease washed over me. With a steady breath, I felt the pounding in my ears as I took a cautious step back. The water's surface rippled gently, and in that fleeting moment, I caught a glimpse of movement in the reflection. A shadowy figure passing by in the lit window. My flashlight slipped from my grasp, rolling across the ground, its beam dancing over the rocks. My mind urged me to retreat, to seek the safety of locked doors. Yet there lingered an inexplicable pull, a whisper that if I lingered just a moment longer, I might uncover something more. Summoning my resolve, I retrieved the flashlight and began to back away, half-heartedly glancing back at the darkened window. As I jogged to the porch, I cast wary glances over my shoulder before stepping inside the cabin. With a firm slam, I closed the door and secured the lock, my heart pounding so fiercely it felt as if it might burst from my chest. Peering out through the living room window, I was met only by an expanse of darkness, devoid of any familiar shapes or reflections. My thoughts raced, contemplating whether to leave at that moment, but the twilight had long faded, and the thought of navigating the winding dirt roads in the pitch black sent a shiver down my spine. I stole a glance at my car, parked just outside the cabin. It offered little comfort, surrounded as it was by the thick, looming trees that seemed to close in around me. The path was narrow, and I chose to wait until morning. I entered the bedroom, turned on the lamp on the bedside table, and gently closed the door behind me. Sitting on the edge of the bed, my legs felt restless, and I found myself bouncing my knee. I turned off the lamp and attempted to lie down, but the image of that reflection with the lit windows lingered in my mind. After what felt like half an hour of tossing and turning, I reached for my phone, opened the bedroom door, and made my way back to the living room. The thought of being alone in that bedroom was unsettling, so I tried sitting on the couch again. I kept the living room lamp on and listened to the quiet. I felt isolated and trapped by my own anxiety, reminding myself that I just needed to make it to dawn. Eventually, I fell asleep on the couch. When I opened my eyes again, the room was dimly lit by early morning light filtering through the windows. I sat up fast and checked the time on my phone. It was just after 6 o'clock. The tension in my body lingered, but the daylight offered a flicker of courage. I walked outside onto the porch, and the lake appeared normal under the morning light. The reflection of the cabin lingered in the water, a sight that now seemed more familiar. No shutters were closed, and no smoke curled into the air. A wave of relief washed over me. I decided it was time to gather my belongings. I packed my bag, took my keys, and locked the cabin behind me. As I made my way to the car, I stole one last glance at the lake. The shape of the cabin still danced in the water, but under the bright light of day, it appeared harmless. I opened the car door, slid into the driver's seat, and turned the engine over. With a deep breath, I began to drive down the narrow dirt road, not looking back. My heart continued to race, haunted by the echoes of that peculiar night. All I yearned for was to escape the lingering shadows. I navigated the road with care, feeling the unevenness beneath my tires and listening to the gravel's soft crunch. My mind was a whirlwind, yet I anchored my focus on the journey ahead. The lake gradually faded from view, disappearing behind the trees in my rearview mirror. With each passing moment, my shoulders eased, and a sense of relief washed over me. The road was deserted, and I followed the familiar path until it transformed into smooth pavement, prompting me to press on. As I pressed the gas a bit harder, eager to leave that place far behind, my body felt drained, yet a sense of unease lingered. I found myself checking the rearview mirror repeatedly, half expecting to glimpse something impossible lurking behind me. But there was nothing, only the empty road stretching out into the night. I never sought answers about that reflection. It remained a secret I kept to myself on the way home. I longed to forget, yet even now the memory tightens my chest. I can still picture the cabin as it appeared in the reflection. Its windows wrong, dark shutters, and smoke curling into the night sky. An unsettling sight that shouldn't have been there at all. The glow on the water beckoned softly, as if something unseen wished for my approach. Even now, a knot tightens in my stomach at the memory. I never returned, and few are aware of that night. The lake remains a distant chapter one have no intention of revisiting. When the letter arrived, announcing my inheritance of an old house from a relative I scarcely knew, my emotions were a tangled web. Curiosity danced with unease, for the place had been locked away for decades. I reassured myself that a brief visit would suffice, just to glimpse what lay within those forgotten walls, and then I would decide. I didn't expect to find anything interesting. I definitely didn't expect to find the mirror. I arrived on a cloudy afternoon. The front yard looked like no one had touched it for years. The grass was overgrown, and I saw weeds poking through cracked paving stones. The paint on the walls was peeling, and the windows were dusty. I stood on the porch for a moment with the key in my hand. When I pushed the key into the lock, it took me a few tries to get it to turn. The door creaked as I pushed it open, and the smell of the stale air enveloped me immediately, reminiscent of a storage room long forgotten. As I stepped into the main hallway, I reached for the light switch, but it offered no illumination. I tried another, yet still darkness prevailed. With a sigh, I retrieved my phone, its flashlight casting a faint glow as I ventured further. The floors groaned beneath my feet, each creak echoing in the silence. Dust blanketed every surface, and remnants of the past lingered in the form of old furniture. An armchair, its fabric faded with time, stood solemnly in the corner, while a small table cradled a delicate vase. A bookshelf loomed nearby, filled with an assortment of forgotten tales. Knickknacks scattered about. I ventured through the dimly lit ground floor, but the electricity seemed to have vanished, leaving an unsettling stillness in its wake. With a deep breath, I turned my attention to the staircase, its sturdy structure reassuring. Yet each step creaked ominously beneath my weight. My fingers brushed against the handrail, thick with dust, a testament to the years of neglect. The upper hallway stretched before me, lined with closed doors, each one holding its own secrets. One door opened to a bedroom, revealing a bed frame with a sagging mattress and empty boxes strewn across the floor, remnants of forgotten lives. At the end of the hallway, a locked door stood sentinel, while a narrow passage beckoned me toward the attic. The wooden handle felt loose in my grip, and with a careful twist, I stepped into the shadowy attic space, where the air was thick with mystery and the whispers of the past lingered in the corners. The ceiling loomed low, compelling me to tread carefully around the rafters. Dust danced in the air, carrying with it the weighty scent of aged books and moth-eaten fabric. With my phone's flashlight, I swept the room, revealing piles of boxes, broken chairs, a stack of decaying blankets, and a trunk with missing hinges tucked away in the far corner. A sheet draped over something tall caught my attention. At first, it resembled a piece of furniture, yet its shape was peculiar. A shiver traced down my arms as I edged closer, my gaze fixated on the mysterious form. As I approached the covered object in the dim light of the attic, a sense of unease settled over me. My pulse quickened, though I couldn't quite understand why. It was merely a shrouded form, yet with each step, my breath grew heavier. I tried to reassure myself, dismissing the feeling as foolishness. With a tentative hand, I pulled the sheet away, revealing a mirror framed in worn, intricately carved wood. The frame, though once ornate, bore the scars of time, chipped and cracked in places. I directed my light toward it, and my reflection emerged from the grime, faint and shadowy. Just as I gazed into the glass, a whisper seemed to brush against my ears, low and rough, sending a shiver down my spine. Someone was struggling to form words. It whispered my name, and I froze, scanning the shadows with my phone's flashlight, illuminating every corner. Yet there was no one there. My mouth went dry, and the air thickened around me, each heartbeat echoing in my chest. I tried to reassure myself that it was merely the wind or a trick of my imagination, but unease clung to me like a heavy fog. Turning back to the mirror, my own reflection met my gaze, yet something felt off. The eyes staring back seemed dull, almost lifeless. I leaned in closer, curiosity mingling with a creeping dread, wondering what lay beneath the surface. As I gazed into the warped glass, an unsettling sensation washed over me. Tilting my head, I noticed my reflection's expression shift in a way that felt foreign, a dissonance that sent a shiver down my spine. I jerked back, my stomach tightening in response. Turning my head from side to side, I observed my reflection mimicking the movement, yet it felt slightly off, as if it were a heartbeat behind. My breaths quickened, and in an attempt to steady myself, I blinked a few times. Then, that voice returned, clearer now, whispering my name in a deep, raspy tone. Marcus. It seemed to emanate from the mirror itself, drawing me closer. As I leaned back, a tension gripped my legs, and I focused on steadying my breath. The attic loomed around me, a place I longed to escape, yet an inexplicable urge kept me rooted in place. My hands grew clammy, and I discreetly wiped them on my pants, trying to shake off the unease. I reached out to touch the frame, its wood rough and decaying in places. Surprisingly, it was free of dust, the edges almost too pristine. As my fingers glided across the top, I encountered small carvings, their shapes elusive and unsettling, stirring a sense of the uncanny within me. The beam of my phone's flashlight flickered, casting shadows that danced in the dim light. Flickered for a moment, causing a sudden jolt within me. The attic felt even darker after that. I compelled myself to utter a greeting, my voice trembling slightly, feeling rather silly addressing a mirror. Yet, I waited in silence, but no response came. I swallowed hard and turned to descend the stairs. As I approached the attic door, a subtle vibration beneath my feet caught my attention, as if someone had quietly stepped behind me. I whirled around, phone in hand, only to find the mirror standing there, still and silent. My reflection appeared faint, barely discernible in the dim light. Blinked, and for a fleeting moment, I could have sworn those eyes shifted once more, trailing after me. My nerves danced on the edge of unease. I descended from the attic, gently closing the door behind me. My steps quickened as I made my way downstairs, a tightness settling in my chest, and I realized I was breathing through my mouth. Upon reaching the main hall, I opened a few windows to invite in the fresh air, a welcome relief as a gentle breeze brushed against my face. The thought of leaving the house lingered in my mind, yet I reminded myself to at least explore the rest of the rooms. As I stepped onto the ground floor, I entered a small dining room where a heavy wooden table occupied the center, surrounded by 4 chairs. A sideboard stood nearby, adorned with dusty plates and cups, all bearing the marks of time. Nothing appeared out of the ordinary, just remnants of neglect. I gently tapped on the walls and sifted through scattered papers atop the sideboard, yet nothing caught my eye. Glancing into the adjacent living room, I noticed a fireplace, its few logs still resting inside, alongside a couple of armchairs and a couch that had clearly seen better days. The absence of electricity added to the stillness of the place. In the dimness, I made my way to the kitchen. The fridge stood empty, exuding a stale scent that lingered in the air. When I turned on the faucet, it sputtered out a single stream of brown water. I opened the cabinets, revealing canned goods long past their prime and old pots and pans, yet nothing piqued my interest. Gradually, the tension in my body began to dissipate. Perhaps I had merely imagined that voice, or maybe the age and silence of the house had put me on edge. Still, my thoughts kept drifting back to the mirror. I resolved to return there, seeking clarity about what I had witnessed. I knew I might regret it, but the pull was too strong. So I ascended the stairs once more, this time with a deliberate slowness, making my way to the attic. My flashlight illuminated the familiar dusty piles of forgotten treasures, and there lay the crumpled sheet on the floor beside the mirror. As I approached, everything appeared unchanged, yet the glass seemed to glimmer with an unusual clarity. I directed the light from my phone onto it and caught sight of my face. At first glance, my reflection seemed perfectly normal, but then, in an instant, I thought I saw it grin, while my own lips remained tightly pressed. A chill began to creep across my skin, and I instinctively checked my surroundings. As I gazed into the mirror, my expression shifted in real time, my mouth twisting and my eyebrows lifting, attempting to mirror the image before me. The reflection kept pace, though I noticed a slight delay, particularly when my gaze locked onto the eyes. They lacked the familiar sparkle, appearing as if they belonged to another. A knot formed in my stomach, urging me to lean closer. I searched for any markings on the mirror that might unravel this mystery. The surface felt smooth beneath my fingertips, yet the wooden frame bore strange symbols, carved shapes that defied recognition, whispering secrets of their own. They were etched into the wood, rough and jagged, as if a sharp knife had been hastily employed. Some lines intersected, while small half-circle shapes adorned the surface. A throbbing sensation began to pulse in my head, and I wiped the sweat from my brow. Taking a deep breath, I felt the familiar tightness in my chest return. Curiosity urged me to see if I could shift the mirror, but it was heavier than I anticipated. The frame felt sturdier, almost resolute against my attempts. I tugged at it, but it barely moved. Reluctantly, I released it and stepped back. In that moment, the voice returned, clearer than before. "Marcus," it called, as if beckoning me closer. To capture my attention, my body tensed, and the hair on my arms stood on end. It felt as if someone were standing right behind me, whispering into my ear. I spun around, but found myself alone. My mind raced, contemplating whether to cover the mirror again. I picked up the sheet from the floor and draped it over the glass. As soon as it concealed the surface, the voice ceased. I listened intently, waiting. The only sound that filled the air was my own breathing. My heart raced, and I felt a pulse in my neck. I stood there for a while, holding my phone in one hand, enveloped in the stillness of the moment. In the dim light of the afternoon, I found myself standing uncertainly, the sheet still draped over the mirror, its presence lingering in my mind. With a decision made, I descended the stairs, turning off my phone flashlight to conserve its dwindling battery. Stepping outside, I was greeted by the cool, overcast air, which felt refreshing against my skin, allowing my lungs to expand once more. I leaned against the porch railing, my thoughts swirling like leaves caught in a gentle breeze. That mirror had cast an odd spell, and the voice, oh, it had clearly called my name. I noticed my hands trembling, a subtle reminder of the unease that had settled within me. Taking a moment, I focused on my breathing, grounding myself before making my way to the car. As I settled into the driver's seat, my gaze lingered on the house through the windshield. It appeared to be just another neglected old building, unremarkable in its exterior. A thought crossed my mind. Perhaps I should drive back to my apartment and leave this place behind forever. Yet, an inexplicable pull kept me tethered, as if the mirror within beckoned for resolution. The notion of storing it elsewhere or disposing of it entirely sent a shiver through me, tightening my gut at the mere thought of touching it again. So, I chose to linger a while longer, feeling that I should at least attempt to reach out to someone. An assortment of forgotten tools, their rusted edges glinting faintly in the dim light. Shadows danced across the ground as the wind whispered through the trees, creating an eerie symphony that sent a shiver down my spine. I felt a strange pull towards the shed, as if it held secrets waiting to be uncovered. The air was thick with anticipation, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone in this quiet, forgotten corner of the world. With each creak of the old wood beneath my feet, I wondered what stories lay hidden within those walls, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. Amidst the dim light, I found some rusty tools and a couple of paint cans, but nothing seemed worth the trouble at that moment. I made my way back to the house, opening a few more windows on the ground floor to invite the air in. The rooms felt calmer, bathed in a bit more light. Yet, as I stepped back into the hallway, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease about the attic. My gaze kept drifting up the staircase, half expecting to see something lurking just beyond the railing. My mouth felt parched again, so I wandered to the kitchen, hoping the faucet would offer some relief, but it merely sputtered in response. With a hint of rust-colored water, it ran clear after a moment. I cupped my hands and took a sip. The metallic taste lingered, yet it offered some relief. I turned off the tap, and then I heard it, a soft thump from above, echoing from the second floor. My body tensed, and my pulse quickened, a steady drum in my ears. I attempted to dismiss it as the house settling. After all, it was old, and the wood had its quirks of popping and cracking. But then the sound came again, a light knock or shuffle. I stepped into the hallway, my gaze fixed on the ceiling, and then silence enveloped me. My breath grew shallow as I concentrated on remaining calm. My palms were clammy once more, and I resolved not to venture back to the attic, at least not by myself. My nerves were frayed, and that mirror lingered in my thoughts, too unsettling to confront again just then. I secured the house, ensuring all the windows I had opened were firmly shut, and made my way to the car. With each step, I half expected to hear footsteps or that eerie voice, but the silence enveloped me, as if the house itself was holding its breath. As I drove away, I reassured myself that I would return the following day, accompanied by the electrician. I needed someone else there with me. Even though he was unaware of the unfolding mystery, I felt the weight of solitude pressing down on me. As I departed, I glanced in the rearview mirror at the house receding into the distance. The second-floor windows loomed like hollow eyes, dark and uninviting, while the attic window barely revealed itself. I found myself fixated on it as I drove away, my grip on the steering wheel tightening with each passing moment. Thoughts swirled in my mind: the dusty attic, the cracked frame, the carved symbols. Yet, it was the haunting reflection of those empty eyes and the whisper that called my name that lingered most, sending a chill through my gut. With each recollection, a chill crept down my spine, and a cold sweat formed on my back. I returned to my apartment late in the evening, tossing my keys onto the kitchen counter before heading straight for the shower. The hot water cascaded over me as I attempted to wash away the haunting images, yet they lingered, stubbornly resurfacing. As I lay in bed that night, the low voice echoed in my mind, a scratchy whisper that refused to fade. My thoughts raced, restless and unsettled, and I knew I had to confront the mystery of that mirror, though I had yet to find the courage to do so. I wanted to hold on to it, yet I hesitated to leave it behind. My heart raced for what felt like an eternity before I finally succumbed to sleep. And so, here I am, sharing this tale with you. This mirror, you see, is no ordinary object. I can feel it in my bones. There's something within that frame, something that pulses with a life of its own when you gaze into it. I can't fathom how my relative came to possess it. There are no records of a purchase, no notes left behind in the house. Yet, it remains, as if it is biding its time, waiting for the next curious soul to peer into its depths. I can't quite explain why, but I feel an unease about it all. As I contemplated returning alone, a sense of unease settled within me. That place, with its ominous presence lurking in the attic, felt far from safe. I wished I could erase the image from my mind, but it clung to me like a shadow. I slammed the truck door, casting one last glance at the old hospital entrance. It stood isolated, surrounded by nothingness, its boarded-up windows and rusted double doors whispering secrets of the past. My uncle had once been the caretaker here, long before it fell into disrepair. Now it lay dormant, and we had come to retrieve some forgotten equipment. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting in the silence. There was an unsettling feeling even before we crossed the threshold. The air outside was crisp and cold, but inside, it felt stagnant, as if the room had been sealed away for years. I longed to complete our visit swiftly. We ventured down the main hallway, where the paint clung to the walls in peeling strips, and the floor tiles bore the marks of time with their stains. Uncle Stanley suggested we explore the upper floors for anything of value that might be salvaged, so we ascended the creaking steps. Most of the rooms lay bare, or contained only torn mattresses resting on metal frames. A few corners held old four-poles, remnants of a forgotten past. We stumbled upon a couple of... In a dimly lit room, wheelchairs sat quietly, their wheels bearing the marks of time. A damp scent lingered in the air, tickling my nose with an unwelcome itch. As I wandered through the hallways, I noticed the ceiling tiles had succumbed to gravity, leaving dusty insulation strewn about like forgotten memories. Each step I took sent delicate puffs of dust swirling into the air, a reminder of the neglect that surrounded us. We spent an hour meandering from room to room, encountering remnants of a past life. Broken monitors, cracked plastic bins, tangled cords, and the remnants of cleaning supplies. My uncle muttered under his breath about the hospital's closure, a tale of dwindling funds and lost hopes echoing in the silence. With a sense of calm, we gathered some random metal parts and a couple of old stools onto a cart. Stanley suggested we venture to the underground archives, where we might find some oxygen tanks and larger machinery. I followed him down a back staircase, the air thick with the scent of mildew. The light switch at the top failed to illuminate our path, so we relied on our flashlights. The steps felt slick beneath our feet, and I grasped the rusted handrail for support. Stanley moved deliberately, his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness as we descended, revealing the old pipes that lined the walls. In the stillness of the night, the ceiling whispered with faint dripping sounds, echoing softly in the darkness. The heavy metal door of the underground archives creaked as we pushed it open, its chipped paint telling tales of years gone by. As we stepped inside, a chill enveloped us, and I could see my breath hanging in the air. The corridors stretched out before us, long and narrow, with a low ceiling and flickering emergency lights that struggled to illuminate our path. Some sections were swallowed by complete darkness, prompting me to sweep my flashlight around. My uncle took a left, guiding us toward the storage area near the old laundry room, while the rhythmic drip of water overhead accompanied our cautious steps. The pipes tapped gently against the concrete floor, a soft rhythm that stirred a tension within me, though I couldn't quite place why. Each faint sound made me glance over my shoulder, a reflex born of unease. Stanley remained silent, yet I sensed his own apprehension. He directed his light to the shadows, illuminating corners that seemed to hold secrets. At last, we stumbled upon a door marked storage. Inside, shelves groaned under the weight of dusty boxes, extra bed rails, and large canisters that resembled the oxygen tanks we sought. Some stood tall, while others lay on their sides, as if they had stories of their own. Old tags fluttered in the dim light, whispering of oxygen and compressed air, and Stanley's voice broke the stillness as he remarked on our find. We should bring them up, but first we had to ensure they weren't full or leaking. When I tapped one lightly, it sounded hollow. He began checking the rest, rattling them to see if they held anything. Then he suggested we separate them. Empties on one side, partials on the other, while we worked. Suddenly, something clanged in the hallway. It wasn't a soft noise. It echoed like metal hitting concrete. Stanley and I froze. I glanced at him, and he looked back at me, silent. I whispered, "Did you hear that?" He nodded, and we stood still, waiting for another sound. The stillness enveloped us. My heart pounded in my chest, and I realized I was holding my breath. I exhaled slowly, and then Stanley spoke, suggesting it might just be something shifting. I wasn't convinced, but we decided to press on. We placed the empties near the door, ready to cart them out when we heard it again. A loud clang like a steel pipe dropping, echoing further down the hallway. I gripped my flashlight so tightly that my hand began to sweat. Stanley looked uneasy, leaning out of the room to shine his light toward the corridor. But we saw nothing. Nothing. I tried to steady my breathing, but the air in the underground archives felt heavier, almost suffocating. I confided in Stanley that the place was giving me the creeps, and he nodded in agreement, suggesting we should be quick about this. We lifted the first oxygen tank and placed it on a dolly, the metal scraping against the floor with a high-pitched screech. At that moment, an icy draft of cold air swept past my legs, not a gentle breeze, but a chilling gust that made my skin prickle. Stanley rubbed his arms, as if he felt it too. We both paused, shining our flashlights into the shadows that surrounded us. The stillness of the corridor enveloped us, devoid of open windows or the hum of fans, leaving only an unsettling silence. A knot began to twist in my stomach as Stanley whispered something about the peculiarities of old buildings and their strange drafts. We prepared another tank, our gazes fixed on the doorway, while a weight settled heavily on my chest, reminiscent of the air in the underground archives. My uncle moved with caution, inspecting every shadow before placing the next tank down. My hands trembled slightly, and in the stillness, I could feel my heart thudding against my rib cage. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, save for the faint sounds that lingered in the air. Our feet scraped against the concrete as we embarked on our first trip upstairs with the cart. The wheels squeaked softly, echoing in the stillness as we pushed it forward. The hallway seemed to stretch endlessly, the pulsing illumination doing little to soothe my frayed nerves. We approached a narrow section where the lights faded into darkness. Our flashlight flickered across the floor and walls, revealing rusty pipes, chipped paint, and damp spots. There were no signs of anyone, yet a tingling sensation crept up my neck, as if unseen eyes were upon us. Upon reaching the staircase, we had to lift the cart carefully onto each step, the weight of the moment hanging heavy in the air. It was a frustrating journey, slow and cumbersome. As we stumbled halfway up, the cart's wheel caught on the railing, forcing us to tilt it awkwardly. I could hear Stanley muttering curses under his breath. At last, we reached the top floor corridor, and a wave of relief washed over me as I spotted a sliver of daylight filtering through the boarded windows. It wasn't much, but it was enough to ease my sense of confinement. We maneuvered the tanks outside and loaded them into Stanley's truck. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, despite the chill in the air. The mix of fear and exertion had my heart racing. Stanley was eager to fetch a few more tanks, suggested we might want to call it a day, but he reminded me of our 2-hour journey to reach this place. We exchanged a few words of disagreement, yet I eventually relented. As we returned inside, the main floor felt somewhat less daunting, perhaps due to the daylight filtering in behind us. However, as we descended the staircase once more, a tightness gripped my stomach. The air was heavier now, carrying the scent of damp concrete and aged metal. Each step reverberated through the underground archives, leading us to the storage room door, which stood half ajar. I recalled leaving it fully open, so I inquired if Stanley had moved it. He shook his head, and a chill crept over me. As I stood there, a chill ran down my arm. With a gentle nudge of my foot, I pushed the door open, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the darkness. The leftover tanks were exactly where we had left them, and everything appeared undisturbed, save for the door itself. Stanley remained silent, casting me a fleeting glance before moving toward the tanks. We each hoisted another tank onto the dolly. While I was bent over, a sound caught my attention, a slow scrape against the floor. I spun around, my light illuminating the shadows, but found nothing. My uncle, noticing my sudden start, asked softly, "You okay?" My voice trembled as I replied, "Yeah, just..." We were weary, and I could sense the untruth in my own words. A chill ran through me as we ventured back into the hallway, the cart rolling steadily toward the stairs. Then, a sudden crash pierced the silence, a sound of metal clattering against metal, echoing from the depths of the underground archives. My uncle glanced at me, his brow glistening with sweat. I took a deep breath and suggested we simply move on, ignoring the unsettling noise. As we continued, my heart raced, pounding in my ears, and the hallway seemed to darken around us. Or perhaps it was just my frayed nerves. Then, from far behind, a metallic clang rang out, sharp and clear, like a pipe being carelessly tossed aside. On the floor, we both paused, turning to shine our flashlights down the corridor. The beam revealed only scattered debris, old force stands and empty crates. My uncle's breath was labored, and he whispered, Don't stop. Keep going. We resumed our pace, quickening, yet the tension hung around us like a heavy cloak. Each step grew more burdensome. A musty scent wafted through the air, reminiscent of damp, forgotten clothes. I coughed, attempting to clear my throat, my eyes feeling parched. The floor beneath us was uneven, and the dolly's wheels rattled ominously. My hands trembled uncontrollably, as if sensing the weight of the shadows surrounding us. I tightened my grip, glancing back every few seconds. When we reached the staircase door, it stood closed, though we hadn't shut it when we first descended. Stanley tugged the handle, and it creaked open, the sound echoing in the stillness. He pulled the dolly into the stairwell and gestured for me to follow. As soon as I stepped over the threshold, an icy draft swept past my face, causing me to inhale sharply. Stanley felt it too. He paused, shining his flashlight around the small landing. Nothing. Suddenly, the door slammed shut behind us, the noise reverberating through me. With a sudden jolt, I turned around, yet found no one there. Stanley's eyes widened in surprise as I grasped the dolly, and together we began to haul the tanks up the steps. The wheels clattered against each stair, the sound echoing through the stairwell. My muscles ached, and beads of sweat formed on my forehead as Stanley panted beside me. Finally, we reached the top, pushed open the door to the main level, and stepped out into the light. A wave of relief washed over me, grateful to escape the confines of the underground archives. Even the stale air of the first floor felt like a breath of fresh air. As we rolled the tanks outside, a sense of determination filled me. I had no desire to return, and I shared this thought with Stanley. I was finished. My hands trembled and my nerves were frayed. Stanley concurred, saying we had seen enough. If the place still held more tanks, he would return another day, perhaps with better lights and more company. I felt a wave of relief wash over me, though I remained silent. We loaded the last tanks into the truck, and I shut the tailgate with a decisive slam. My uncle, a man of few words, merely ensured that nothing would shift during our drive. We settled into the truck, lingering in the stillness for a moment. A chill crept down my spine as I glanced back at the hospital, which appeared even more ominous in the fading light. It felt more ominous from the outside now, as if it were watching us. Stanley started the engine, and we drove off, the tires crunching on the gravel. Silence enveloped us for a long stretch, and I found myself glancing in the side mirror, half expecting to see someone emerge from the hospital's front doors. But there was no one, just that empty building and the wind whispering through the trees. As we distanced ourselves, my breathing gradually slowed, yet I remained on edge, unable to shake the sensation of something lurking behind me. My arms were tense, and my jaw felt tight. Locked in, I concentrated on the road, the sky, and the sparse houses we passed, feeling a sense of gratitude for any hint of normalcy. After some time, Stanley cleared his throat and inquired about my well-being. I assured him I was fine, despite the tightness in my chest. He shared that he had never encountered sounds like those in the hospital when it was operational. He recalled the familiar chatter of patients, the footsteps of nurses, and the gentle hum of lights. But now, everything felt altered. Empty corridors and unsettling noises echoing in the darkness. I struggled to push away the chilling memory of that cold draft. On my face, we finally reached a small diner on the outskirts of a neighboring town. Stanley pulled into the parking lot, and we got out to stretch our legs. My knees felt wobbly, and I had a strong urge to wash my face, so I made my way to the restroom. In the mirror, I looked pale, with sweat glistening on my forehead. I splashed cold water on my cheeks. The shock of it made me gasp, but it felt refreshing to rinse off the grime of the underground archives. When I returned, my uncle was standing by the truck, lighting a cigarette as he stared at the horizon. He offered me one, but I declined. He inhaled deeply, lost in thought. As I exhaled the smoke gently, I watched it swirl and fade into the evening air. Leaning against the cool metal of the truck, I felt the late afternoon sun casting a soft glow, the sky taking on that muted gray hue that signals the approach of dusk. My heartbeat still raced a little, a remnant of the tension. Stanley broke the silence, stating firmly that he wouldn't venture back alone. I simply nodded in agreement. We lingered in that moment, words unneeded, before finishing our break and climbing back into the truck for the journey home. The ride was enveloped in quiet, the road stretching endlessly before us, while my mind wandered among the trees, recalling the strange occurrences that had unfolded. What transpired left me without a clear explanation for the clanging sounds or the door that seemed to shift on its own. Perhaps it was merely an old building with its quirks, or maybe someone else had wandered through, or perhaps it was something far more mysterious. I reassured myself that it didn't matter. I simply wished to put the entire experience behind me. At one point, Stanley inquired if I felt that peculiar draft as well. I nodded, and he responded that it was indeed the oddest part of the evening, shaking his head without further comment. We returned to his place after the sun had set, and I assisted him in unloading the tanks into the dimly lit space. In his garage, we exchanged few words, simply placing the items aside, one by one, leaning them against the wall. When we finished, he handed me a spare rag to clean my hands. I noticed a slight tremor in my fingers. He glanced at me and said, "Thanks for the help, but let's never return there at night." I nodded, a knot tightening in my throat. Climbing into my car, I turned on the engine, letting it hum softly for a moment. Stanley offered a quick wave, and I returned it as I backed out of his driveway, feeling a wave of relief wash over me. I wanted to be far away from that place. In a distant realm, my thoughts continued to whirl, yet a sense of safety enveloped me on that brightly lit street. The chilling draft and the jarring clang of metal lingered in my mind, haunting me even after I returned home. I found myself checking the doors twice and glancing around corners, unable to dismiss the unsettling aura of that old hospital. The underground archives held a mystery that gnawed at my senses. As I lay in bed, sleep eluded me. Each time I shut my eyes, visions of shadowy corridors and the oppressive weight of the air pressed upon me, accompanied by the haunting echo of my own heartbeat. Of metal crashing somewhere beyond the reach of my flashlight's beam, I turned on a small lamp near my bed, hoping to chase away the shadows that lingered in the room. I reassured myself that it was merely my imagination, that everything we heard had a logical explanation. Yet, my body remained unconvinced. Tension gripped my shoulders, and my stomach twisted in knots. Eventually, I drifted off into a restless slumber, only to awaken repeatedly, half dreaming that I was back in the underground archives, sensing something scrape against the floor behind me. Each time I stirred, I reminded myself that I was safe at home, no matter the whispers of the night. More dark corridors, no more cold drafts. Still, I didn't rest easy when morning finally came. I felt drained. I grabbed a cup of coffee and stared at the clock, replaying yesterday's events in my head. I don't know what was going on in that hospital's underground archives, and I'm not in a rush to find out whatever it was. I hope I never have to deal with it again. Stanley told me he might hire a team to clear out the rest of the junk if the hospital owner decides it's worth the trouble. I told him to count me out. He simply nodded, and since then we have chosen not to speak of it. The underground archives can keep its secrets. I desire no further involvement. I never anticipated that a half-collapsed wooden house could unsettle me, but the first time I heard those laughter echoes, my stomach twisted. They sounded playful, as if some small, mischievous spirit was teasing us. I couldn't tell if it was merely an echo or something more sinister. My brother and I had purchased this old property on a whim, believing we had stumbled upon a good deal. The land appeared promising, and the house, despite its lean, held a certain charm. It came to us almost as if it were a gift, a relic we had intended to dismantle and replace with something more fitting. Yet, from the very first step inside, An unsettling sensation washed over me. The air hung heavy and stale, while the floor beneath our feet felt unnervingly soft in certain spots. Dust cloaked the windows, shrouding the place in a ghostly veil. Everything appeared as if it had been frozen in time, reminiscent of St. Mary's Memorial. Yet, amidst this eerie stillness, laughter echoed down the staircase, sending a shiver down my spine. I wished to recount that day from the beginning. We arrived in the late morning, my brother maneuvering our truck to a spot near a thicket of overgrown bushes, for the driveway lay buried beneath a mountain of debris. Armed with a flashlight and a crowbar, we stepped into the unknown. As we approached the porch, we noticed the front steps of the house had shifted, creating a tilt that sent a shiver of unease through me. The railing, when I grasped it, felt precarious, as if it might give way at any moment. My brother glanced at me, his eyes wide, yet he managed to muster a grin. We reassured ourselves that it was merely a matter of reinforcing some boards and perhaps adding new support beams. Our concerns were focused solely on structural damage, and we felt a strange sense of calm as we stepped inside through the main door, the hinges creaking ominously in the stillness. The interior was steeped in the scent of mold and aged wood. I recall a slight cough escaping my lips as my brother instinctively covered his nose with his sleeve. The living room revealed a few broken chairs and a sofa with cushions that had seen better days, all draped in a delicate veil of gray dust. The windows, caked in grime, allowed only the faintest slivers of daylight to filter through. With cautious steps, we ventured further, careful to avoid any nails or weak spots that might betray us. The floorboards creaked beneath our weight, and as I stepped on one particular spot, I felt it give way, prompting a swift retreat. Together, we resolved to tread lightly, wiping the sweat from my forehead as the atmosphere thickened around us. It was warm, yet an odd clamminess lingered in the air as we wandered through the space. Our words were few, my brother silently pointing out the cracks in the walls while I scribbled notes on a small notepad. After a few moments, we ventured into a small side room, perhaps once a bedroom. The musty scent enveloped us, and dark streaks marred the walls, hinting at moisture deterioration. My brother crouched to inspect the floorboards, asking me to shine the flashlight. I caught his quiet mutter about the wood rotting, and then we both froze, for a soft sound reached our ears. It was a brief, unexpected sound, a giggle that danced through the air, light and playful, yet it sent a shiver down my spine. My heart raced, a pulse of adrenaline coursing through me as I caught my brother's gaze. Confusion etched across his face. The laughter seemed to drift down from above, bright like a child's. Yet we were alone in this place, untouched by others. The dust on the main floor bore no evidence of visitors, no footprints to tell a story. The giggle echoed again, this time more distant, lingering near the ceiling. My brother rose, and we exchanged a silent understanding, the tension in my arms growing as the air thickened with uncertainty. He asked if he heard it, and with a nod, we both turned our heads toward the open doorway, where the hallway stretched toward the staircase. A strange compulsion tugged at me. My heart raced, but curiosity, or perhaps caution, took the lead. We left the side room and stepped back into the hallway, finding the staircase before us. It was narrow, and the steps appeared warped. My brother tapped the banister with the crowbar. It felt wobbly beneath his touch. We shone our flashlights upward, watching as dust danced in the beams of light. The top of the staircase led to a small landing, and then there was another door appeared before us, and I surmised it led to a second-floor storage area or perhaps an attic. We began our ascent slowly, each step creaking beneath our weight. My legs felt stiff, and I focused on keeping my breathing steady, though it remained shallow. Upon reaching the top, we discovered a single door slightly ajar. With a gentle push, we opened it wider, the hinges creaking in protest. Inside lay an attic space, its slanted walls cloaked in shadows, cobwebs swaying gently from the ceiling. The floor was blanketed in a thick layer of dust. I swept the beam of my flashlight around, searching for any signs of life. No footprints, no indication of recent movement. In one corner, a few old boxes sat, untouched for years. The moment we stepped inside, laughter ceased abruptly. It didn't fade away. It simply vanished. Goosebumps prickled my arms as we stood there, enveloped in a heavy silence that stretched on for at least a minute. Our breathing echoed in the stillness, replacing the giggles and voices that had filled the air. My brother, with cautious curiosity, took a step toward the boxes and lightly kicked one with his boot, releasing a cloud of dust that danced in the dim light. We peered behind them, finding nothing but emptiness. My gaze drifted to a small window on the far side, its surface too grimy to reveal what lay beyond. The glass appeared cracked, allowing only a faint sunlight to seep in, casting a dull glow over everything. We called out, but silence enveloped us. As I touched the walls, a chill ran through me. They felt cold and damp. I reached for the boxes, curiosity guiding my hands. One opened to reveal old newspapers, their musty scent wafting up, some pages stubbornly stuck together. Another box contained a few broken toys, their ancient forms crumbling, a testament to years spent in the embrace of heat and cold. My brother and I exchanged uneasy glances, a silent agreement passing between us. We didn't want to linger here any longer than necessary. I attempted to dismiss the unsettling sensation in my stomach, yet an eerie chill danced across my skin, as if something lurked just beyond my vision. We made the decision to descend once more, completing a swift examination of the first floor. For a time, nothing else seemed amiss. We stumbled upon a small kitchen, its fixtures rusted and worn. A bathroom revealed cracked tiles and a tub stained by time. In a back room, possibly once a dining area, the windows were grimy, some bearing the scars of broken glass. A door beckoned us to the backyard, but it resisted my brother's attempts to force it open with a few determined kicks. As we stepped outside, the grass brushed against our knees, and a few old fence posts emerged from the tangled weeds. In the corner, a collapsed shed stood, a remnant of days gone by. The area felt still, almost reverent, as if it held secrets of its own. I could hear the soft buzzing of insects, perhaps crickets or flies, adding to the eerie atmosphere. We didn't stay long, securing the door with a piece of wood before making our way back to the apartment. On the drive, my brother mentioned the laughter we had heard. He wondered if it was an animal or something else entirely. I shrugged, for we both understood that it was no creature of the wild. It carried a sound too peculiar, too haunting to belong to the natural world. It was as if a voice whispered through the shadows, leaving us puzzled and uneasy. We attempted to brush it off, laughing about the possibility of a haunting. Yet beneath our laughter, a tension lingered. We resolved to return, equipped with better tools for a thorough exploration in a few days. That night, the sound haunted my thoughts, disrupting my sleep, and the dusty attic invaded my dreams. The following day, we gathered our supplies: sturdy flashlights, a camera, gloves, and a crowbar. My brother, ever practical, suggested we pack snacks and water, just in case our adventure stretched longer than expected. We set off on our journey. As the late afternoon sun cast long shadows, we ventured forth, hoping to uncover any signs of life within the old house. Perhaps we would stumble upon footprints or droppings, something to shed light on the mysterious noises we had heard. Upon our arrival, the house appeared unchanged, yet a familiar pang of nervousness gripped me as we crossed the threshold. We began our exploration in the living room, meticulously examining the corners and ceiling for any signs of unwelcome visitors, like rodents or raccoons. Our search yielded nothing but the delicate threads of spiderwebs and a few loose boards. Moving from room to room, we captured the moment with photographs, while my brother lightened the mood with his playful banter, a welcome distraction from the eerie atmosphere that surrounded us. Our spirits were high, yet his smile seemed a bit strained. The atmosphere felt unsettling as we stepped outside around sunset to explore the backyard once more. The air was thick, and the tall grass swayed gently in a faint breeze. I noticed clouds gathering in the distance, hinting at an approaching storm. We carefully navigated through the grass, inspecting the collapsed shed. The scent of damp leaves filled the air as we stumbled upon decaying wooden planks and rusted metal barrels. Suddenly, a rustle caught my attention from the bushes behind the shed. I turned, half expecting to see a possum, but instead, I caught sight of something moving low to the ground. It slipped away before I could catch a glimpse, vanishing into the darkness. I stepped closer, calling out to my brother, who stood nearby, his flashlight beam cutting through the night. Then we heard it, a giggle unmistakably familiar, now echoing from beyond the back fence. My breath hitched, the shadows deepening as the sun dipped lower, obscuring everything in a cloak of uncertainty. We moved forward cautiously, the crowbar gripped tightly in my right hand, my palms clammy and my legs trembling. And then it spoke, or at least it made a sound that resembled speech. There was a sound, a faint and garbled speech, almost like a small voice beckoning, drawn out as if trying to mimic a real person. My brother and I froze, our hearts pounding in our chests, a chill creeping along my neck. We swept the flashlight beams across the bushes, and then I spotted a shape, crouched beneath some thick branches. It was smaller than an adult, hunched over, and for just a moment, its eyes caught the light, shining with a dull reflection. Then, in an instant, it darted behind a tree trunk. We didn't pursue it, we simply stood there, rooted in place. As I tried to make sense of the situation, my mind raced with possibilities. Was it some strange animal, or perhaps a person playing tricks on us? The laughter echoed again, unnatural and distorted, like a warped recording. My brother, curious, took a few steps forward, but I instinctively grasped his shoulder, sensing that we should remain where we were. Something about it felt deeply unsettling. Suddenly, we heard branches crack, and through the shadows, we caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure skirting along the fence line, moving swiftly, almost on all fours. The giggle returned, sending a chill down my spine, and my breath quickened in the stillness of the night. Faster, my brother whispered, urging us to leave. I nodded, and we began to back away toward the house. It didn't follow us or reveal itself again, at least not in that moment. We kept glancing over our shoulders, scanning the tall grass. The sun had nearly set, casting everything into shadow. Once inside the house, it felt safer than being out there, though not by much. We shut the door and slid a heavy piece of wood across it, creating a makeshift barricade. We decided to wait a while, letting the outside grow quiet before we dared to see if we could venture out again. From the window, I caught sight of something that sent a shiver down my spine. My hands trembled as I hastily opened a water bottle, gulping down half of it in one swift motion. My brother, ever vigilant, paced back and forth, the beam of his flashlight cutting through the grime on the glass, searching for any sign of movement. Then we heard it again, a faint laughter drifting in from the distance, echoing softly before it vanished into the night. We strained our ears, listening intently, but the silence enveloped us, devoid of footsteps or rustling leaves. With a sense of trepidation, we leaned closer to a side window, wiping away a small patch of dust with our sleeves. The backyard lay cloaked in darkness, yet the moonlight unveiled the shadowy outlines of the bushes, standing sentinel in the stillness. And the overgrown grass concealed any signs of movement. The very thought of that voice emanating from some creature sent a chill through me. I pondered whether we were facing an animal that had somehow mastered the art of mimicry. Yet the tone and pitch were so eerily human that it felt implausible. Eventually, we reached a consensus. We had seen enough. Night had fallen, and the last thing we wanted was to be caught there if that thing returned. We opened the front door, stepping cautiously onto the porch, our eyes scanning the yard for any signs of life. All was quiet. We hurried to the truck, and as we drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching us. As I glanced into the rearview mirror, a part of me anticipated the sight of something pursuing us, yet the road behind remained desolate. A sense of unease lingered throughout our journey home. In the days that followed, we delved into local lore, searching for tales of peculiar beings or strange creatures known to mimic voices. We stumbled upon accounts of entities that could replicate sounds, but none seemed to align perfectly with our experience. Resolute, we planned another visit, this time under the bright light of midday, hoping to capture images of any tracks or droppings. Yet, a whisper of trepidation tugged at my heart as the thought of returning loomed over us. As we arrived that last time, with the sun shining brightly, the property seemed less menacing, yet an unsettling feeling lingered. The moment we stepped out of the truck, the trampled grass in the backyard caught our attention. There were a few impressions in the dirt, vague and indistinct, perhaps left by a large dog or something else entirely. The air was quiet. Laughter was absent that day. We wandered around the shed, searching for any signs of a makeshift nest or bedding, but found none. The house stood unchanged, and we ventured inside to collect a few belongings we had left behind, capturing a handful of photographs to document our visit. We secured the place and departed, yet the lot remains in my possession alongside my brother. However, I have not dared to spend another night within that house. Plans to demolish the structure are on the horizon, and we aim to clear the property soon. The creature we encountered and the voice that echoed through the darkness still elude my explanation. Its laughter lingers in my mind, an unnatural sound devoid of warmth. Each recollection sends a shiver down my spine. My brother, too, has kept his thoughts to himself, only expressing a resolute desire to never revisit that night. As night fell once more, I found myself haunted by the recollections of that house. What was meant to be a straightforward investment, a dilapidated structure to be replaced, turned into an encounter beyond comprehension. Perhaps it was merely an unusual creature, or perhaps a person playing tricks in an odd disguise. Yet, the image of those eyes glinting in the flashlight's glow lingers in my mind, and the way it moved was anything but ordinary. The voice, too, reverberates in my thoughts, a chilling reminder of the sounds we heard from above, echoing through the stillness of the night. Outside, there was something that seemed to know how to mimic laughter, a sound that was almost real, yet not quite. That alone was enough to keep me at bay. I parked my van in front of the house and gazed at the two-story structure. The front door stood slightly ajar, and even in the daylight, the place appeared dark and foreboding. I had worked on plenty of empty houses before, but this one unsettled me from the start. The porch steps were chipped, and a stale odor wafted out into the yard, sending a small jolt of anxiety through me. In my chest, a flutter of unease stirred, but I reassured myself it was merely another job. With my toolbox in hand and flashlight ready, I followed my usual routine. Stepping onto the porch, I pushed the door open and entered. Inside, the air felt thick, cooler than the outside, carrying the scent of old wood mingled with something sour. My boots thudded softly against the floor as I surveyed my surroundings. The hallway stretched before me, and stairs led up to the second floor on the right. I set my toolbox down for a moment, taking in the sparse furnishings. The walls were a dull beige, and the light seemed to flicker, casting shadows that danced in the corners of the room. The fixtures were outdated, and I anticipated a simple inspection. I would check the wiring, note any faulty outlets, and ensure the breaker box was labeled correctly. That was the plan. I picked up my toolbox and moved down the hallway. The floor creaked under my weight, and my own breathing echoed in the stillness. Every sound seemed amplified, as if the house itself was alive. A shiver ran down my spine, and I paused, glancing over my shoulder. The corridor behind me lay empty, yet my heartbeat thudded in my ears. I dismissed the feeling, After all, houses settle and make noises. Strange sounds echoed around me, particularly from the older parts of the house. I ventured into the first room on the left, a small living room. The windows were tightly shut and the curtains drawn, allowing only a sliver of light to filter through, illuminating the dust that danced in the still air. I flicked the wall switch, but darkness remained. Moving to the lamp in the corner, I noticed it was plugged into an outlet near the couch. I retrieved my voltage tester, hoping to find some sign of life in the wires, but there was nothing. As I crouched down to remove the outlet cover, my hand trembled slightly, prompting me to pause and take a breath. Realizing I was feeling an inexplicable nervousness, I began to unscrew the cover, gently wiggling the wires and checking the connections. As I worked, a sudden gust of air brushed against the back of my neck, though the windows were closed and there was no fan. I turned around quickly, half expecting to find someone behind me, but the room remained empty. A faint rustling sound near the doorway caught my attention, like fabric brushing against the wall, yet nothing was there. My stomach tightened, and I pressed my lips together, trying to concentrate on the wires. After a few moments, I reattached the cover and prepared to test the device. As I stood up, a wave of relief washed over me, convincing me that perhaps my mind had been weaving tales of its own. I made my way down the dimly lit hall to the kitchen, where the grimy tile floor greeted my feet. The overhead light flickered momentarily when I flipped the switch, only to extinguish itself entirely. Setting my toolbox on the counter, I opened the breaker panel tucked away in a nearby closet. Most of the breakers bore faint labels, their handwriting barely legible. As I inspected each one, a sudden thud echoed from upstairs, causing me to pause and listen intently. Silence enveloped the space once more, and I turned my attention back to the task at hand. As I made my way back to the breaker box, a warmth crept across my face, urging me to finish my task swiftly. I reset a couple of breakers, hoping the overhead light would finally illuminate the room, but it remained stubbornly dark. With a sigh, I closed the panel and turned my attention to the wiring in the fixture above the kitchen table. Yet, to my surprise, the table was no longer there. Only faint scratches on the floor hinted at its former presence. I had earlier retrieved a step stool from my van, so I ventured to fetch it. As I walked back through the hallway, a soft clicking sound echoed behind me, reminiscent of fingernails tapping against wood. My heart began to race, a primal instinct kicking in as I sensed something lurking in the shadows. My palms grew clammy as I glanced over my shoulder, sensing an unsettling chill creeping along my neck, as if an unseen presence lingered just behind me. I hurried back to the kitchen, striving to push the thought aside. Setting a stool beneath the light fixture, I climbed up and carefully removed the glass cover. Dust swirled in the air, and a lifeless moth tumbled onto the counter. I reached for my meter to test the wires, noting the erratic readings. While it posed no immediate danger, it certainly wouldn't pass an inspection. I began to sift through my toolbox, searching for the right piece to mend the connection. As I straightened up to grab a small connector, a sudden creak echoed through the hallway. It wasn't just the usual sounds of an old house. These were footsteps. I froze on the stool, my breath caught in my throat. The steps seemed to draw nearer, and a chill ran down my spine. I recalled the client's words, assuring me that no one else would be here. My heart raced as I cautiously turned my head toward the doorway, but there was no one in sight. The footsteps ceased, leaving an unsettling silence in their wake. I stood there for a few moments, straining to listen. The only sound breaking the stillness was the soft hum of my flashlight, which I had inadvertently left on. As I approached the counter, a wave of weakness washed over my legs, yet I pressed on with my task. I carefully reconnected the wires, tested them, and gently slid the fixture cover back into place. Climbing down, I gathered my tools, but as I caught my reflection in the window above the sink, a chill ran through me. My face appeared pale and my eyes flickered nervously. An unsettling tension gripped me, urging me to complete my work swiftly. I then made my way upstairs, where the steps felt narrow and the railing wobbled precariously. Each step creaked ominously beneath my weight, and I found the second floor hallway cloaked in a deeper darkness than the one below. The windows here were shrouded in old blinds, adding to the eerie atmosphere that surrounded me, and barely any light made it through. I used my flashlight to see where I was going. The doors to the rooms were closed, except for one at the end of the hallway. I started with the closest door on the right. It was a small bedroom, empty except for a bare mattress leaning against the wall. The overhead light was missing, just some exposed wires hanging from the ceiling. I noted that down on my clipboard. I was about to step out when I heard a shuffle in the corner. It sounded like fabric dragging across the floor. My heart felt like it was going to burst. As I shone my flashlight around, the peeling wallpaper seemed to whisper secrets of the past. The old mattress lay still, and my breath came in uneven bursts, my mouth dry with unease. I reassured myself that perhaps the sounds I heard were merely my own clothes brushing against something unseen. Yet doubt lingered. I left the bedroom, drawn to the next door on the left. With a careful hand, I opened it to reveal a bathroom, where the cracked sink and the absence of a mirror told tales of neglect. Broken tiles lay scattered like forgotten memories on the floor. I flicked the switch, and to my surprise, the light flickered to life, casting a dim glow. My gaze fell upon the old tub, its surface worn and weary, holding its own mysteries in the shadows. I noticed a few dark stains, but I chose not to dwell on them. I tested the outlet near the sink. It was functioning properly. After turning off the light, I stepped into the hallway, feeling a wave of lightheadedness wash over me. The air was thick with a musty scent, and beads of sweat formed beneath my work shirt. Then, I heard it, a soft whisper, barely audible, sending a chill through my stomach. I turned swiftly, directing my flashlight down the corridor, but found it empty. Yet, just by the stairs, I thought I caught a flicker of movement. With cautious steps, I approached, aiming my flashlight down the stairs, and there I beheld, in the stillness of the dark living room below, I found myself muttering softly, eager to conclude this unsettling task. The final room awaited me at the end of the hall, its door ajar, a sliver of daylight beckoning from within. With a gentle push, I entered, revealing what was likely once the master bedroom. A wide window graced the far wall, its blinds hanging askew, while dust blanketed the floor. In one corner stood a solitary floor lamp, its cord lifelessly trailing to the ground. I approached the outlet by the window, only to discover it devoid of power. Undeterred, I made my way to the opposite side of the room to try my luck there. It was a quiet evening, and I found myself at the outlet, where everything seemed ordinary. I walked over to the lamp, lifting the cord to inspect it, noticing the prongs were bent. I set it down, making a quick note in my mind. My flashlight beam danced across the closet door, which stood closed, and a wave of hesitation washed over me. I didn't want to open it, yet thoroughness beckoned. With slow, deliberate steps, I approached, my hand trembling as I reached for the knob. I gripped it tightly, turned it, and pulled the door open. Inside, darkness enveloped me, revealing an empty space where a single wire dangled from the ceiling, leading to a bare bulb socket void of any light. I leaned in, testing the wire with my meter, and confirmed its presence, the silence around me deepening. As I stepped back, a foul odor wafted through the air, reminiscent of damp, old laundry. I fought the urge to breathe deeply, trying to keep my senses sharp. Suddenly, a scraping sound echoed in the hallway, as if a heavy object was being dragged across the floor. My heart raced as I turned my head, directing my flashlight toward the open bedroom door. The pulse in my ears thudded loudly as I ventured into the hallway once more, the light illuminating the chilling atmosphere around me. felt as if the air had grown even colder. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a flicker of movement, a shadow gliding silently along the wall. I turned quickly, but it vanished before I could fully see it. As the silence enveloped me, my hands began to tremble, and goosebumps prickled across my arms. A primal urge to flee surged within me, yet I steeled myself to complete the final task before I could escape. I ascended the stairs once more, approaching a small access panel nestled in the wall, where I needed to inspect some junctions. My flashlight flickered uncertainly as I awkwardly held it between my chin and shoulder, attempting to unscrew the panel. The screws clattered to the floor, and as I bent down to retrieve them, an unsettling sensation washed over me. Someone was there. As I stood there, a presence brushed past me, the air shifting against my back. My body froze, a chill creeping up my spine, and for a fleeting moment, my breath caught in my throat. I turned around in a flurry, the beam of my flashlight dancing across the empty hallway, but it revealed nothing. Overwhelmed, I hastily slammed the panel back into place, my hands trembling too much to continue. With a quick motion, I tucked my screwdriver into my belt and hurried down the stairs, nearly losing my footing on the last step, but I steadied myself with the railing. I hurried down the hallway, my heart racing with each step. My eyes darted from one shadow to another, the front door ajar, allowing a sliver of daylight to creep in. I grasped my toolbox, urgency propelling me outside. Once on the porch, I inhaled deeply. The warm, fresh air contrasted sharply with the staleness inside. My palms were slick with sweat, and the rhythm of my heartbeat echoed in my ears. I made my way to the van, tossing the toolbox into the passenger seat with a sense of haste. The door slammed shut, locking away the unease. My mouth felt parched, my throat constricted. I turned the key in the ignition, casting a glance back at the house, where the front door remained open, an invitation to the unknown. Hanging open for a moment, I thought I glimpsed a figure standing just inside the doorway, but when I blinked, there was nothing there. I shifted into drive and pulled away, the tires crunching against the gravel as I drove off. I tried to catch my breath, feeling a dull ache in my chest, a remnant of tension. My fingers still gripped the steering wheel too tightly. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something lurking behind the van, but the street remained empty. As I turned the corner, I let out a long sigh, reassuring myself that it was just an old house. Despite the bad wiring and the odd noises, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if someone had been present with me all along, lurking just beyond my line of sight. Upon returning to the shop, I diligently filled out the paperwork, jotting down my observations. A few outlets required updating, a kitchen fixture needed a new connector, and the labels on the breaker box were in dire need of replacement. Yet, I chose to omit the peculiar details. There was no sense in sharing tales of shadows or footsteps, for they would only think me jumpy or fabricating stories. My goal was simple: to complete the report, send it off, and move on without drawing attention to the unsettling experience. That house lingers in my memory, a whisper of chill creeping along my neck, accompanied by the unsettling sensation of movement just behind me. My skin tingles at the thought. The task was complete, yet the place haunted my thoughts. I attempted to immerse myself in the technical details, the wiring, the outlets, the flickering lights, but that disquieting feeling clung to me throughout the day. I often found myself glancing over my shoulder in my own workshop, half expecting to see someone lurking there. It took some time for the tension to dissipate, and by morning, I reassured myself that I was free from its grasp. Perhaps I was overreacting. It could have been merely the stillness of that place, or perhaps the house was settling more than usual. Yet, deep down, I sensed something beyond explanation. An unsettling presence lingered around me throughout my time there, and even now, the thought of it ties a knot in my stomach. If anyone were to invite me back, I doubt I could muster the courage to return. Occasionally, I awaken in the night, convinced I hear those same slow sounds echoing in the darkness. Footsteps echoed softly just outside my bedroom door, and in that moment, I realized it was merely the sound of my own heart pounding. Memories of that empty house flooded back, the shadows that danced in the corners and the unsettling feeling that clung to me like a heavy fog. I hope I never have to set foot in that place again. It was a surprise to discover something so disquieting in a space I believed I knew so well. For years, I have worked in heritage gems and antiques, carefully handling ornate pieces from old estates and private collections. I've encountered rings adorned with strange carvings, necklaces featuring odd designs, and a myriad of unique treasures that tell their own stories. Pendants, nothing ever disturbed my peace, nothing ever unsettled me. But that changed on a particular night when I lingered longer than usual and stumbled upon a ring we had yet to catalog. I feel compelled to recount the events in detail, as they still evoke a sense of unease within me. It was around 8 p.m., and I found myself in the back room of the shop, the store having closed an hour prior. My intention was to conduct a final tally of the day's sales. Typically, I would check the showcases, secure the locks, set the alarm, and depart. However, that night, I realized I had forgotten to take It had been some time since I last gazed upon our safe, a sturdy guardian of treasures yet to be unveiled. Within its depths lie relics of the past, pieces waiting patiently for their moment in the spotlight. Occasionally, new shipments or consigned items find their way to us, resting in the safe until we can attend to them. I recalled that a fresh batch had arrived earlier that week, and curiosity tugged at me to ensure all was as it should be. As I flicked on the bright fluorescent light in the back room, the safe loomed before me, a robust metal cabinet, its reinforced locks whispering tales of security. Though it bore an old-fashioned charm, a modern security system stood vigil alongside it. I turned the dial, entered the code, and with a gentle pull, the door began to yield to my touch. The heavy door creaked open, revealing a few velvet pouches, some stacked trays, and a small wooden box that seemed unfamiliar. Most of our belongings were kept in plain containers or standard jewelry boxes, but this wooden box appeared handmade, rough and unmarked. I picked it up, feeling its weight. It wasn't heavy, yet there was an unsettling quality about it that felt out of place. I placed the box on the counter and lifted the lid. Inside, a single ring lay upon a dark cloth, silver in color, though its true nature eluded my immediate understanding. Pure silver or perhaps another metal, it bore a peculiar symbol etched onto the band. It resembled a circle with lines slicing through it. I found myself pondering whether it was a letter from an unfamiliar alphabet or merely an ornamental design. It certainly did not align with any style I had encountered among our usual pieces, and I had witnessed many strange artifacts pass through. I stood there for a moment, enveloped in confusion about its origin and the reason it had not been recorded in our inventory. Curiosity piqued, I decided to examine it more closely, reaching for my loupe, a special tool we had for such mysteries. With a gentle flick of the switch, the adjustable light of the magnifier illuminated the intricate details before me. As I raised the ring to the lens, my eyes were drawn to the delicate etchings that danced around the band, patterns that seemed to whisper secrets, yet remained just out of reach. A faint mark caught my attention, perhaps a maker's stamp, but as I concentrated on it, an unexpected sharp pain pierced my temples. It was a fleeting moment, a blur in my vision, and my stomach churned as if caught in a sudden storm. I set the ring down, rubbing my eyes, seeking clarity in the shadows that lingered around me. I've experienced headaches before, but this one was unlike any other. It arrived swiftly, then vanished just as quickly. A wave of discomfort washed over my neck and shoulders, and I could feel beads of sweat forming on my forehead, despite the usual coolness of the back room. I attempted to dismiss it, attributing it to fatigue or hunger. Yet, as I blinked and tried to regain my composure, a fleeting image flickered in my mind. It was dark, as if I were in a vast hall or an underground chamber, with walls that seemed to shimmer with the glow of torchlight. There were no figures in sight, but I could hear voices chanting filled the air, a fleeting moment that quickened my pulse. I shook my head, attempting to concentrate on the ring once more, wondering if perhaps the stress was playing tricks on me. Carefully, I placed the ring back in its box, closed the lid, and returned it to the safe. I double-checked the lock, gathered my belongings, and hurriedly left the store. The next day, I kept my experience to myself, feeling a bit foolish for even considering sharing a random vision. That night, I settled into bed around 11, drifting off to sleep quickly, only to awaken later. At the stroke of twilight, a gentle unease settled in my chest as I found myself enveloped in darkness. Yet, amidst the shadows, a faint glow beckoned from my bag, resting innocently on a chair. Initially, I assumed it was my phone, perhaps illuminating from a forgotten notification. Curiosity compelled me to rise and investigate, only to discover that the source of the light was a wooden box I had unwittingly brought home. In the haze of my departure from the shop, it must have slipped into my bag without my notice. As I unzipped the bag, the box revealed a pale light seeping through its cracks, stirring a wave of confusion within me. I was wide awake, my hands trembling slightly as I approached the mystery before me. My hands trembled, and I could feel my heartbeat echoing in my ears. The box vibrated gently, as if something within was stirring or resonating. With a cautious breath, I lifted the lid, revealing a ring that emitted a faint glow. It pulsed softly, flickering like a feeble LED light. Then, a whisper reached my ears, soft and indistinct at first, more like a hiss, beckoning me to pick up the ring and wear it. I was unsure if the sound was real or merely a figment of my imagination. My mouth felt parched, my stomach knotted, and a tingling sensation coursed through my arms and legs. I hesitated to take the next step. As I closed the box with a decisive slam, I pushed it to the farthest corner of my closet, enveloped in the stillness of the dark. There I stood, pondering the edges of my sanity, my heart racing, refusing to settle. The dampness of my clothes clung to me, a reminder of the unease that lingered. I attempted to lie down, but sleep eluded me for what felt like an eternity. When I finally drifted into slumber, the shadows of my dreams took me back to that ominous hall, where flickering torches cast eerie glows upon the stone walls, and a haunting chant filled the air. This time, I found myself walking down the center aisle, drawn toward a stone platform, the source of the chanting still hidden from my view, as if a crowd of unseen figures surrounded me. As the sun rose, I found myself surrounded by the remnants of a night filled with unseen presences. The exhaustion clung to me like a heavy blanket. With a sense of trepidation, I approached my closet, half hoping to find some trace of a dream, yet the box remained untouched and ominous. I chose to leave it be, heading to work with a facade of normalcy. I promised myself I would return the ring to its safe haven, but as the hours passed, an unsettling pressure settled in my mind, a gentle yet persistent weight. Around noon, a peculiar sensation coursed through me, a faint vibration in my pocket, reminiscent of a phone call, though my device lay still. A sense of unease wrapped around me, leaving me feeling distinctly out of sorts. On that evening, as I returned home, I opened the closet and retrieved the box. It appeared unremarkable, a simple wooden container holding a ring within. Curiosity led me to conduct a brief online search for the symbol I had noticed on the band. My findings hinted at ancient cults and secret societies, yet nothing felt definitive. All the information was shrouded in ambiguity. I contemplated seeking the insight of a specialist, as we often do with unique artifacts, but this felt different, more intimate. I found myself sitting there, lost in thought. As I sat there, gazing at the box, my thoughts danced wildly in my mind. Eventually, I retreated to bed, leaving the box on my nightstand, almost as if I were challenging it to reveal its secrets. As twilight descended, it began to glow once more, the ring's pulsing light casting eerie shadows on the walls. A tightness gripped my chest, and my breath became shallow as I heard the whispers, clearer now, beckoning me to wear it, to join them, to complete the ritual. I instinctively backed away, nearly tumbling off the bed, my heart racing so fiercely it made me feel dizzy. In a moment of panic, I seized the box, closed it tightly, and tucked it away into a drawer, hoping to silence the call that lingered in the air. My hands trembled throughout the experience, and I felt beads of sweat trickling down my neck. In an attempt to find solace, I focused on the gentle hum of my bedside lamp. I reassured myself that it was merely an old ring, incapable of any action on its own. Yet, an unsettling sensation lingered, as if it were beckoning me, urging me toward an unknown purpose. Sleep eluded me that night, and as the days passed, a familiar pattern emerged. Each evening, precisely at twilight, the ring would glow and whisper, sometimes forming clearer words, as if it were gathering strength. There were moments when it emitted hissing sounds, and an overwhelming urge to wear it washed over me. Each time, I fought against it. My body would tense, and beads of sweat formed on my forehead. A steady thrum echoed in my ears, reminiscent of a slow drumbeat. During the day, my thoughts drifted to the ring, making it hard to concentrate at work. I experienced random pulses of pressure in my head, like echoes of the night's events. It felt as if it was guiding me, preparing me for something. Visions of that shadowy hall flickered in my mind, haunting yet compelling. In the dim light of the store, a large circular design lay on the floor, its presence both intriguing and unsettling. I busied myself with mundane tasks, attempting to push aside the strange sensations that crept over me. More coffee was my refuge, a means to stay alert, while I steered clear of the back room, where the air felt thick with anticipation. Yet, no matter how hard I tried, the feeling that the ring was beckoning me grew stronger. One afternoon, overwhelmed, I resolved to return the ring to the store's safe, hoping to sever this peculiar bond. As the clock approached 5:30 and the store stood empty, I retrieved the box from my bag, my heart racing as I made my way to the back. In the quiet of the room, I set the box on the counter, my fingers trembling as I opened it for one last glimpse of the ring. It seemed to weigh more in my hand this time, or perhaps it was just my nerves tightening their grip. My palms were slick with sweat, and a tension settled in my shoulders. Carefully, I placed the ring in the safe and closed the door, whispering to it, "Stay in there." The words felt silly, but I hoped they would soothe my racing heart. That night, I lingered at the store until closing, a sense of unease creeping in. I feared that if I returned home, I might awaken to find the ring glowing ominously in my room. So I stayed put, watching the shadows dance around me. It was locked away, and as the clock struck 8 o'clock, I returned to my apartment. I prepared a quick dinner and settled down to watch TV, though my eyes frequently flicked to the clock, counting down to the hour of twilight. At precisely 12, that familiar pressure returned to my temples, and I found my gaze darting around the living room, half expecting a glow to appear. Yet there was nothing. My chest felt heavy, and a faint whisper echoed in the recesses of my mind, tinged with frustration, as if it were upset that I wasn't near the ring. Despite the unease, I managed to drift into a decent sleep, and by morning, a sense of relief washed over me. Thought perhaps that locking the ring in the safe had severed the connection, but as I arrived at the store, I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The alarm panel was in a frenzy, the motion sensors having been activated during the night, yet there were no indications of a break-in. I made my way to the back room to inspect the safe. The door remained locked, but an unsettling feeling washed over me. As I turned the dial and entered the code, I discovered the ring, no longer in its box, resting atop the velvet pouch, while the wooden box lay open, wide and inviting. As I stood there, a chill crept over me, and I could feel the cold sweat forming on my forehead. It was puzzling. No one else had the combination, and the safe bore no marks. The ring lay there, just as it had in my nightmares, as if it were waiting for me. I found myself staring at it, my legs trembling and my throat parched. With a deep breath, I forced myself to pick it up once more and return it to the box. The moment my fingers brushed against it, a sharp pain pierced through my head, right behind my eyes. I closed the box, locked the safe, and attempted to carry on with my day, yet I felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue, as if a part of me had been drained away. For weeks, sleep had eluded me, and that night, I felt an overwhelming need to tread carefully. I retrieved the ring from its safe haven, returning it to the wooden box that had once cradled it. With a sense of trepidation, I placed it on the passenger seat of my car and drove aimlessly, my grip tightening around the steering wheel. Each subtle shift of the box sent my heart racing, a steady drumbeat of anxiety. Eventually, I found myself parked in a desolate lot, nestled behind a row of silent warehouses. The engine fell silent, and I sat there, staring at the box, waves of nausea and dread washing over me. With a deep breath, I opened the box, and the ring began to glow, casting an eerie light in the stillness of the night. Though the clock had barely struck 10, the whispers began to weave their way into my thoughts, urging me to succumb, insisting that resistance was futile. They spoke of a promise, a fulfillment that hung tantalizingly close. My ears burned, my forehead glistened with sweat, and an unsettling pressure gripped my chest, clouding my mind. I longed to cast the ring out into the night, to flee from its hold, yet my hand remained paralyzed, unwilling to release its grasp. With a surge of determination, I averted my gaze, slammed the box shut, and started the car. I drove back to my apartment, leaving the box hidden away in the trunk, a silent burden of the night. I found myself unwilling to welcome it back into my home. As twilight settled in, a throbbing sensation pulsed in my temples, accompanied by whispers in my mind, soft yet insistent. I tossed and turned in bed, half anticipating the ring's return to my nightstand. By morning, I was on edge. My shoulders ached, and my eyes were bloodshot. There lingered a peculiar feeling that the ring was urging me to partake in something, to join a ritual in a concealed location. Each vision of that shadowy hall nudged me closer to a state of panic, and still, the nature of that ritual remained a mystery to me. Perhaps it is a ceremony left unfinished, a ring that serves as a key to something elusive. The image of that stone platform lingers in my thoughts, as if it were a tangible place waiting to be uncovered, perhaps hidden in ancient records or nestled deep within the countryside among forgotten ruins. I've shared only fragments of this with my colleagues, mentioning an unusual artifact that brings me headaches, but nothing beyond that. Now I keep it secured, wary that it may not remain undisturbed. Each evening, as twilight descends, I sense its presence drawing near. The pulsing ache in my head, the whispers that linger in the shadows. A faint glow dances at the edges of my sight, beckoning me to don its allure. It calls me to step into that torchlit hall, to stand before the platform where unfinished tales await. Yet, I remain in my uncertainty, grappling with the unknown. I seek a rational explanation, though the evidence of the supernatural eludes me. Still, the sensations are undeniable. The quickening of my heart, the dampness of my palms, the breath that comes in shallow gasps, and the unsettling feeling of unseen eyes upon me. It is impossible to ignore the weight of this burden. Each day, I wonder how much longer I can endure it. There are moments when I contemplate casting the ring into the depths of a river, yet a nagging feeling tells me it would only return to me. As twilight descends, I find myself tensing, pretending that everything is as it should be. But the echoes of chanting in that hall linger in my mind, as do the ring's eerie glow and the whispers urging me to fulfill a ritual. The path ahead remains shrouded in mystery, and understanding seems elusive. Yet here I am, bound to this piece that refuses to let me go. In the dim light, an old metal ring lies before me, adorned with a peculiar symbol that seems to whisper secrets of its own. I find myself ensnared in a situation I never sought, and that is the essence of my tale, as clear as the night sky. As I recount these words, I can sense the ring's weight, a gentle tug at my mind, beckoning me to reach for it once more. So far, I have resisted its call, yet an unsettling feeling lingers, as if the air itself is thick with anticipation. I cannot shake the thought that a shift is imminent, and I am left to wonder what fate awaits me when that moment finally arrives.